The story opens on a bleak, frozen wasteland littered with the remains of a massive army. Swords and spears are buried deep in the snow, marking the final resting place for countless soldiers who fell in this brutal war. Archimond coughs up a spray of blood, his breath hitching as the cold air hits his lungs. He realizes instantly that the wound he's taken is fatal, and there's no coming back from this one. A hand tightly grips the holy sword of the Order. The blade is driven deep into Archimond's chest, piercing straight through his heart. Standing behind the executioner, the remaining knights of the Order celebrate their hard-won victory. They cheer with relief, believing they've finally put an end to the terror that plagued the continent. To the people of this world, he was known as the demon of the continent, a man feared by nations and hunted by legends. His name was Archimond, the most powerful and feared necromancer in history. He stands tall even as his life fades, blood staining his tattered black robes. Archimond stares into the distance with a grim expression, fully aware that his time has run out. He accepts the reality of his impending death with a cold, quiet rage. The Great Continental War had dragged on for 10 grueling years. It was a desperate joint operation where elite forces infiltrated the lines while the main army acted as a vanguard. Archimond had anticipated this move and built a defensive line to protect himself. Despite his preparations, the knights broke through, leaving his plan in tatters. It was a total, crushing defeat for the Necromancer. The battlefield is now nothing more than a graveyard of giant skulls and broken dreams. This entire turning point was caused by a single legendary knight who led the charge. Berkel Rhineland, the leader of the Northern Knights, walks forward through the snow. Berkel acknowledges the sacrifice of his men, knowing he didn't reach this point alone. His sword glows with a faint, holy light as he prepares to finish the job. The knight leader explains that only after countless people shed their blood was his sword able to finally reach Archimond. He looks down at his foe with a mix of pity and stern resolve. Berkel tells him to give up now for the sake of peace on the continent. They stand on the frozen ice, two enemies at the end of their long struggle. Archimond snaps, telling the knight to shut his mouth. He's tired of the self-righteous preaching while he's literally bleeding out. He accuses the knights of standing by and watching while a plague wiped out millions of innocent people. Now that they're winning, he finds their talk of peace disgusting and calls them worse than beasts. Berkel watches him silently, his blue eyes reflecting the cold landscape. He doesn't flinch at the accusations, keeping his focus on the dying man. Archimond continues his tirade, calling every last one of the knights hypocrites. His eyes burn with a dark, violet light as he refuses to go down without a fight. Mana flares around the Necromancer as he prepares a final, desperate spell. He vows to kill every human left with his own hands, his power swirling in dark green currents. The knights behind Berkel are stunned, seeing that Archimond still has enough strength to cast magic. They reel back in shock, gripped by a sudden surge of fear. One of the knights shouts in a panic, realizing how dangerous the situation is. He urges the leader to kill Archimond immediately before things get out of hand. Berkel simply tells his men to stand down, remaining completely unfazed by the display of power. He keeps his gaze fixed on Archimond, ready to face whatever comes next. He reminds Archimond of the 20 million people who fell to the plague. The weight of that number hangs heavy in the air between them. Berkel points out that Archimond turned those dead people into an undead army, which was the spark that ignited this whole war. A massive legion of glowing-eyed skeletons rises behind the Necromancer. Archimond just scoffs, telling the knight not to make him laugh. He's well aware of the history and doesn't care for the moral lecture. He claims Berkel's people were likely among those millions lost. Archimond believes the knight is only here for petty revenge, hiding behind noble words. Archimond stares him down, asking Berkel point-blank if he's wrong. He challenges the knight's motivations one last time as the wind howls around them. Berkel remains silent for a moment, his sword gleaming in the dim light. He finally speaks, stating there is only one reason he came all this way. He says he's fighting for the future of the children, hoping to leave them a world without this darkness. He stands tall, his resolve unshakable as he prepares his final move. Archimond freezes, genuinely caught off guard by the knight's words. He looks at Berkel with a confused and shaken expression, his focus wavering. Berkel declares he must pass down his choices, beliefs, and hopes to the next generation. He looks directly at Archimonde, his eyes full of conviction. In those clear blue eyes, Archimonde sees his own corrupted reflection. He's forced to face what he's become, a monster fueled by bitterness and death. He sees a man who is the polar opposite of himself, standing in the light while he sinks into the shadows. The realization hits him harder than any physical blow. A brilliant light suddenly pierces through the dark clouds, illuminating the battlefield. It's as if the world itself is signaling the end of this dark era. Berkel's gaze remains that of an upright, noble knight. He vows to protect the future for his descendants, no matter the cost to himself. Archimonde slumps forward, his knees hitting the blood-soaked ice with a heavy thud. He's completely spent, his body finally giving out as his mana dissipates. Berkel raises his sword high, prepared to deliver the final strike. The holy energy around the blade intensifies, casting a harsh glow on the dying Necromancer. A voice from the back yells for Berkel to wait, warning him about discarding the holy sword. Berkel ignores the distraction, his mind set on finishing the war here and now. He unsheathes another blade, this one etched with dark purple runes. The sound of steel sliding against leather echoes through the silent battlefield. Berkel points the blade at Archimonde's neck and asks if he has any last words. The Necromancer remains silent, his head hanging low as the shadows deepen. Archimonde finally speaks up, telling Berkel that a Necromancer doesn't die quite so easily. Even with his end in sight, he manages one last defiant smirk. The screen fades as the blade begins its descent. This marks the end of Archimonde the Necromancer and the beginning of a story nobody expected. Archimonde watches as his life flashes before his eyes, a final vow echoing in his mind. He promises that someday he will return. The sword descends with finality, cutting through the air. Archimonde's vision blurs as the blade makes contact. In his last moments, he stares directly at the cold steel. His eyes, once full of power, now reflect only the inevitable end. The knight's gauntleted hand grips the hilt tightly. Runes on the blade glow with a sinister purple light as it completes its task. A massive roar erupts from the victorious knights as they celebrate their foe's fall. The shout, "Archimonde is dead," rings across the battlefield. His severed head lies on the blood-soaked ground, eyes still partially open. Even as his consciousness fades, the sound of their cheering is the last thing he hears. The knights punch the air in triumph, their silhouettes cast against the dark sky. The 10-year Great War has finally come to an end with the death of the demon of the continent. Everything fades to black as his life's light is extinguished. Archimonde, the most feared necromancer in history, has met his end. The final spark of his soul flickers in the void. It's a quiet, cold conclusion to a decade of slaughter. The darkness is absolute. The legendary necromancer is no more, leaving behind only a legacy of terror and blood. Suddenly, a rush of light and sound breaks the silence. Archimonde feels himself being pulled through a tunnel of starlight, spinning wildly through space. Thunder rumbles over a grand estate as rain pours down on its ornate towers. Inside a lit window, a new life is beginning. Two maids lean over a cradle, their faces lighting up with excitement. They whisper to each other about how the young master's mouth just moved. Archimonde wakes up to the sight of a blurry, giant face looming over him. He's completely disoriented, his mind struggling to process what's happening. The maids coo at him, asking if he slept well. He realizes with a shock that he's been reborn as a baby named Klein. One maid holds up a small mirror, showing him a radiant woman with long silver hair. She tells him that this is his mother, the Duchess. Klein stares up with a blank expression, his tiny body feeling incredibly heavy and unresponsive. He can barely keep his eyes open as they encourage him to speak. He struggles to form words, his face turning red from the effort. The maids cheer him on, hoping his first word will be "mama." Instead of a cute baby sound, Klein's eyes widen with a dark intensity. He focuses all his remaining willpower on an ancient incantation. He shouts out a command to summon the gatekeepers of darkness and his undead legions. He expects his army to rise, even in this tiny form. The maids freeze in horror, their smiles vanishing as they realize something is very wrong. The air in the room suddenly turns cold and oppressive. A spark of blue static electricity crackles from his small hand, arching into the air. It's a pathetic remnant of his former power, but enough to terrify the servants. Outside, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the estate's fountain, shattering the stone. The sheer force of his attempted spell has unintended, violent consequences. 15 years have passed since the fall of the world's most feared necromancer. The sun now shines brightly over a grand estate, its central fountain sparkling in the peaceful afternoon light. Nearby, groups of maids gather to whisper and giggle. They can't help but stop their work to gawk as a certain young man makes his appearance. Steady, confident footsteps click against the stone pavement. Someone is approaching with the unmistakable grace of high nobility. A side profile reveals a youth with striking silver hair. Even from a distance, his presence is impossible to ignore, drawing every eye in the garden. Klein walks through the estate grounds with his hands tucked casually into his pockets. He looks every bit the perfect, noble heir, a living masterpiece in the eyes of the adoring staff. His sharp eyes and composed expression give him an air of cold elegance. He seems completely indifferent to the attention he's drawing, focused only on his path. The maids can't help but blush as they watch him pass. They marvel at how dazzling the young master looks today, whispering about his perfection. One wonders aloud what kind of lifestyle leads to such a beautiful appearance. Klein continues on his way, seemingly lost in his own cynical thoughts. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him. He barely has time to react with a startled gasp before a familiar voice calls out from behind. A massive bucket of water comes crashing down right over his head. Garrison Birkman looms over him, shouting for the evil spirit to begone with righteous fury. The priest stares down at the drenched boy, his scarred face twisted in suspicion. He claims he saw a glimpse of the Necromancer Archimonde's wicked expression just a moment ago. The maids shriek in shock as holy water drips from Klein's clothes. Garrison remains unmoved, convinced his sudden purification was the only thing that stopped a disaster. Klein stands there soaking wet, the bucket still resting on his head. He asks the priest if he isn't tired of performing these pointless rituals year after year. Garrison doesn't see it as nonsense at all. He firmly believes the soul of Archimonde still lurks within the young master, requiring constant, forceful purging. Garrison pulls out a spray bottle for round 2, aiming it right at the boy's face. Klein tries to argue that he isn't the necromancer, but the priest only sees more proof in his defiance. Klein watches him with a look of pure disbelief. He wonders if the man has finally lost his mind, as the obsessive surveillance is getting harder to stomach. Fed up, Klein turns and begins to walk away, muttering curses under his breath. He's had more than enough of the priest's fanaticism for one afternoon. Garrison isn't about to let him escape so easily. He barks an order to his subordinates, telling them to catch the boy and give him a proper thrashing for his insolence. A chase breaks out across the estate grounds as Klein sprints for his life. He shouts at the top of his lungs, insisting his name is Klein and that the priest is insane. He can't believe a supposedly holy man would resort to such aggressive tactics. The constant injustice of his daily life is starting to boil over. He ends up submerged, drifting through bubbles of holy water. Images of his past life as a powerful necromancer flicker through his mind like half-remembered dreams. Klein never expected his reincarnation to turn out like this. It's a far cry from the terrifying legacy he once held as the master of the undead. He remembers the day he died clearly, yet he woke up in the tiny body of a newborn. It was a second chance at life he hadn't even imagined possible. The trouble started the moment he opened his eyes and tried to speak. Instead of a baby's cry, his first words were a loud necromancy incantation from his past life. That one mistake branded him a demon from birth. By the age of 3, he was taken away and imprisoned in a cold monastery for purification. It was there that he first met the man who would become his permanent shadow. A hulking figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the light of the Holy Order. Garrison stared down at the small child, unsure whether he was looking at a young master or a monster. It was the start of a long and painful relationship. At the time, Klein had no idea that this meeting was just the beginning. The years ahead would be filled with grueling rituals designed to break his spirit. Day and night, Garrison would loom over his bed, bellowing a 24-hour prayer song. The young boy could do nothing but cover his ears and endure the unending noise. Then came the frozen garlic baths, where he was submerged in ice water and pungent cloves. The priest would dump even more ice over him while chanting prayers at full volume. The rituals only grew more extreme, culminating in the fire purification show. Klein found himself tied to a massive cross, surrounded by flames while Garrison prayed for his soul. He spent years suffering through every imaginable form of religious torture under the guise of purification. His desperate screams for help went unanswered within those silent monastery walls. 5 years have passed since those dark monastery days. The memories of his childhood imprisonment still haunt his life in the Rhineland estate. Back in the present, Klein sits dejectedly on the floor, wearing a colorful, handmade party hat. He looks completely drained, his usual composed mask finally cracking. Nearby, his personal maid Erin kneels in prayer with her hands tightly clasped. She sincerely hopes her young master can grow up healthy as a true descendant of a hero. She continues her earnest prayer, asking for sacred blessings to guide his path. Klein stares blankly, the festive hat feeling like a heavy burden on his head. Finally, his temper snaps. He rips the hat off and hurls it away, shouting in frustration at the constant pressure to live up to a hero's name. Erin freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she watches the hat tumble across the floor. She whispers that she made that hat specifically for him, her voice trembling. Realization hits Klein like a physical blow. He looks down at his hands, instantly regretting his sudden outburst and the hurt he's caused his only loyal companion. He thinks about how much effort she must have put into making the hat with her own small hands. Guilt washes over him as he sees her disappointed expression. He mutters an apology, admitting he went too far in his anger. He's surprised to learn that even this festive hat had a connection to his tormentor, Garrison. With a heavy sigh, Klein bends down to pick up the discarded party hat. He realizes he can't stay mad at a piece of paper when it involves Erin's sincere feelings. Klein stares at the discarded party hat with a look of pure exhaustion. The festive colors feel like a cruel joke compared to the frustration he's feeling. Father Garrison Birkman stands nearby, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the room. He addresses the boy as young Master Klein, though his tone remains stern and watchful. Garrison dabs at a tear, claiming he's truly moved that Klein would wear the hat he painstakingly knitted over the course of a week. He seems completely oblivious to the boy's actual feelings on the matter. Klein immediately begins tearing the hat to shreds with a forced smile. He makes it very clear that he has no intention of ever wearing it again, his patience finally hitting its limit. Garrison points a finger, shouting that Archmonde's wicked soul has finally appeared. He sees the boy's outburst not as teenage frustration, but as a sign of dark possession. Klein shouts back at the top of his lungs, telling the priest to give back his guilt. He's completely fed up with being treated like a monster for simply having a bad day. A man named Dunkel enters the room, bowing slightly as he addresses Garrison. He asks if the purification ritual has finally been completed for the day. Dunkel notes that the rumors of Klein being the reincarnation of Archmonde have been circulating for over 10 years now. He seems more level-headed than the fanatic priest, though he still remains cautious. Klein tries to get a word in, pointing out that even the Holy Order said there was nothing wrong with him anymore. Garrison, however, is too busy listening to the Knight Commander. The priest waves him off, focused entirely on his conversation with Dunkel. Klein is left fuming on the floor, ignored by the two men who hold so much power over his life. Dunkel mentions that some requested documents might be delayed. Garrison laughs it off, telling the commander to take all the time he needs, showing a side of himself Klein rarely sees. Klein can't believe the hypocrisy as he glares at them from the carpet. He realizes the priest only acts civil when he's talking to someone of equal status, like a knight commander. He thinks to himself that the old man certainly knows how to play the political game. It's a stark contrast to the aggressive way Garrison treats him on a daily basis. Garrison finally turns to leave, bidding the commander a polite farewell. His back is turned to Klein, but the tension in the room remains thick. He pauses at the doorway, his scarred profile catching the light. He adds a final, ominous thought, nodding that in his line of work there is always an if when it comes to evil souls. Klein watches him go with a look of silent, simmering resentment. He's tired of being the subject of the priest's ifs and endless suspicions. The heavy boots of the priest click against the floor as he makes his exit. For a brief moment, Klein finally has some semblance of peace in the room. Garrison sticks his head back in to remind him that the next ritual is on Friday. He tells the boy to keep both his body and mind pure until then, waving a cheerful goodbye. Klein snaps and screams for the man to get out already. He can't stand the priest's mock-friendly attitude after a morning of being splashed with holy water. He flops onto the sofa with a loud groan of frustration. He's completely drained from the constant mental and physical battles he has to fight every single week. Klein mutters to himself, wondering how a supposedly holy man could be so obsessed with torture. He's starting to think Garrison is more of a muscle-bound demon than a priest. Erin enters the room with a fresh towel, looking worried for her master. She asks if he's really not the Necromancer Archimonde anymore, her curiosity getting the better of her. Klein tells her he hates even hearing that name and would rather die than be associated with it. He's desperate to leave his past life behind, even if the rest of the world won't let him. He explains that he doesn't even have enough time for his body to recover before the next ritual begins. The endless cycle of purification is taking a serious toll on his physical health. Looking back, Klein realizes he's lived under constant surveillance from the very moment he was reborn. A shadow of his former self as Archimonde looms behind him in his memories. Because of the rumors that started in his infancy, he was locked away in a monastery for 7 long years. It was a childhood spent in isolation and religious scrutiny. He rants about how he thought he finally managed to return home, only to be hounded by the same priest. Erin and Dunkel listen in silence, each with their own thoughts on the situation. Erin looks confused and asks what exactly an executor is. She wonders if it's an important title within the holy order that her master should be worried about. Dunkel explains that it's a title given only to the strongest members of the order. His expression is serious, as he explains the prestige and power that comes with such a position. Garrison is seen walking away, clutching a holy book in his gloved hand. He is a man who truly embodies the strength and conviction of his faith, no matter how extreme. Dunkel adds that the priest is someone who couldn't be beaten by anyone except the current Duke himself. He is truly an overwhelmingly powerful figure in this world. Erin is amazed, cheering that her young master's family must be incredibly strong to have such people around. Klein, however, just covers his face in a gesture of pure defeat. Curious, Erin asks who Klein thinks is the strongest duke in the entire history of their family. He stops what he's doing, the question clearly striking a chord deep within him. Dunkel suggests that while the others were amazing, the current 7th Duke is a strong contender. Klein, however, immediately counters with a single word: the first. Dunkel is surprised that Klein would choose the founder over his own father. Klein remains silent, his back to the commander as he stares out towards the gallery. Klein speaks with absolute certainty, stating that the first Duke is without a doubt the strongest. There's a weight to his voice that suggests he knows more than he's letting on. Dunkel stares at him, surprised by the intensity of the young master's declaration. He's left wondering what could have sparked such a strong opinion about an ancestor from 2 centuries ago. Erin giggles, telling the commander that she told him the young master likes the first Duke the most. They all stand in the Grand Lounge, surrounded by the opulence of the Rhineland estate. Klein is seen sitting on the edge of a chair, his eyes fixed on a distant portrait. He's not looking at it with admiration, but with a complex mix of disbelief and recognition. Dunkel thinks back on the family's history, noting that it has already been 200 years since the founder established the House of Rhineland. He wonders who could have ever imagined where they'd be today. Klein continues to stare at the portrait on the far wall, his expression unreadable. He can't get the number 200 years out of his head as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together. He stares directly into the eyes of the man in the painting, his own eyes narrowing in a cold realization. He thinks to himself that he, Archimonde the Necromancer, has to accept the impossible truth. Shadowy portraits of the Dukes of Rhineland line the wall, tracing a lineage that spans 2 centuries. From the 2nd to the 7th, each successor's legacy is preserved in the darkened gallery of the estate. A close-up of the first portrait reveals the stern, regal face of the family's founder. His golden blonde hair and cold, calculating gaze suggest a man of immense power and unwavering conviction. The full painting depicts the first Duke Berkel Rhineland, a majestic knight clad in ornate silver and gold armor with a prominent red gem on his chest. He stands tall, clutching a massive holy sword, the very weapon that once changed the course of history. Archimonde, reborn as Klein, stares back with a wry, unsettling smile, his silver hair and sharp purple eyes glowing in the low light. The irony of his situation is absolute. He has been reborn as the direct descendant of the very man who ended his life. Erin can only stare in shock as she watches her young master. He's doing something that shouldn't be possible for a human boy, let alone one considered talentless. Garrison Bierkman doesn't share her amazement, his face locked in a permanent, scarred scowl. He watches with a cold intensity, waiting for any hint of something unnatural to surface. The water in the basin bubbles like a cauldron as Klein remains completely submerged. It's been well over a minute now, and there's still no sign of him coming up for air. Two attendants hold the boy down while Garrison stands by, seemingly testing the limits of Klein's endurance. Erin tries to lighten the mood by joking that her young master is basically a fish at this point. Klein finally bursts out of the water, gasping for breath as droplets fly everywhere. He looks completely drained, his body shivering from the intensity of the purification ritual. As the guards release him, Klein hunches over, his silver hair matted and soaking wet. Garrison watches from a distance, looking almost disappointed that the session has come to an end. Garrison explains that he felt an ominous energy coming from Klein's room earlier that day. It's a transparent excuse, and Klein knows the priest is just looking for any reason to continue the torture. While Erin rushes over with a dry towel, Klein tries to steady his breathing. He's furious, but he has to keep his cool and maintain his facade if he wants to survive this house of religious fanatics. The heavy atmosphere is broken when Dunkel, a knight of the house, enters the room. He holds a sealed envelope and announces that Lord Dalton has sent an official invitation. Klein takes the towel and starts drying his hair, his mind immediately shifting gears. He asks who would be sending him a letter, already wary of any attention from the outside world. Dunkel mentions the man who recently dueled Lord Delane at the training grounds. Memories of the encounter flash through Klein's mind, and they're anything but friendly. Klein studies the crinkled parchment, his eyes narrowing at the elegant handwriting. He finds it hard to believe a man like Dalton would ever offer a sincere apology. The letter invites him to a hunting contest at the Conwell estate. While Erin busies herself cleaning up the mess, Klein remains focused on the potential trap hidden in the words. He knows this contest is likely just a way to lure him away from the safety of the Rhineland estate. It's suspicious timing, especially after the scene Dalton made at the training grounds. Dunkel asks if he actually plans on going, given how obvious the trap is. Klein considers his options, realizing that refusing would only make him look weak in the eyes of his enemies. He glances over at the sword leaning against the wall, a plan already forming in his head. There's a cold confidence in his gaze that suggests he's more than ready for a fight. He knows he has a hidden trump card that makes him far more dangerous than anyone suspects. His eyes linger on the blade, seeing it as the key to proving his worth to this family. Over the past few days, Klein has replayed every move he saw at the training grounds in his mind. He's analyzed the techniques until they're practically ingrained in his muscle memory. This new body has a terrifying gift, the ability to perfectly mimic any technique after seeing it just once. It's an incredible tool for a necromancer who needs to blend into a world of swordsmen. Even he doesn't fully understand why his mind works this way now, but he isn't going to question it. He's ready to turn their own weapons against them. Dunkel stands by in silence, waiting for a final answer. He can feel the shift in Klein's energy, even if he doesn't realize the sheer scale of the power the boy is hiding. Klein eventually gives the order to prepare the carriage for the trip. The hunting contest is officially a go, and Klein is eager to see what kind of apology Dalton has planned. Garrison suddenly speaks up, insisting that he must tag along on this journey. The other two just stand there with their arms crossed, watching the exchange with their usual stoic expressions. Klein points a finger at the priest, demanding to know what kind of scheme he's brewing this time. He knows all too well that this man has countless ways of tormenting him. He just wants a single day of peace, but the man is determined to stick by his side, no matter how much he complains. Garrison narrows his eyes, his suspicion still burning as brightly as ever. He's got a bad feeling about today, and he doesn't plan on letting Klein out of his sight for a second. As the carriage pulls away from the massive Rhineland estate, the sun shines down on the lush greenery of the forest road. It looks like a peaceful day for a trip, but the tension inside the coach is thick. The wheels rumble and lurch over the uneven dirt path, jostling everyone inside. It's going to be a long, uncomfortable journey through the wilderness to the Conwell estate. Erin is already feeling the effects of the rough ride, her face turning a sickly shade of green as she battles motion sickness. Garrison just sits there like a statue, completely unfazed by the swaying. Klein hands over a pillow, telling Erin he already warned the two of them not to follow. Despite his harsh words, it's a rare moment of genuine care for the maid who has always stood by his side. He explains that the western forest is rugged and tough for anyone who isn't prepared for it. He watches her out of the corner of his eye, his expression uncharacteristically soft for a moment. Garrison watches the two of them, a trace of an unreadable look flickering in his eyes. Klein tells the girl she'll feel better once she gets some sleep, though he doesn't make a single move to help her. The old priest is surprised by the gesture, commenting on how considerate the young master has become. Klein quickly snaps at him, claiming the pillow was strictly meant for Erin. Klein turns away to stare out the window, his expression returning to its usual brooding state. He doesn't want anyone thinking he's gone soft, especially not a man as dangerous as Garrison. The forest outside is vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the memories swirling in his head. To a normal person, it's beautiful, but to Klein, it's a graveyard of his past. In his previous life, this same road was a frozen wasteland littered with the corpses of his fallen enemies. Seeing it so lush and green now is a stinging reminder of his defeat and the passage of time. He can't help but feel a surge of resentment, wondering if this transformation was all Berkel's doing. The man who killed him left a legacy that's hard to escape. Memories of the final battle and Berkel's icy blue eyes flash through his mind in shades of gray. The hero who ended his reign still haunts his thoughts, even 200 years later. Dunkel opens the carriage door, announcing that they've finally arrived at their destination. The time for reflection is over. It's time to face whatever trap awaits them. The Conwell estate looms ahead, a massive and incredibly ornate complex that looks more like a palace than a country home. It's a staggering display of wealth and arrogance from a collateral branch of the family. Klein steps out and takes it all in, questioning if this is really where Dalton lives. Behind him, Erin is still struggling to get her bearings, leaning on Dunkel for support as she stumbles out. The estate is even more lavish than the main Rhineland home, which is saying something. It's clear that Dalton isn't just hosting a contest, he's making a bold statement of power. Klein looks at the guests, noting how they're squandering money on a trivial children's contest. To him, the opulence of the Conwell estate is just a vulgar display of wealth. Someone calls out his name, pulling him away from his thoughts. He turns to see the host of this little gathering approaching him. The collateral noble arrives, leading a pack of massive, snarling black dogs on leashes. He wears an arrogant smirk, clearly enjoying the intimidation factor of his pets. He leans in with a condescending grin, bragging about the quality of his estate's construction. He even mocks Klein's family, claiming they built all this with the spare chain they squeezed out of the main line. One of the dogs whimpers, saliva dripping from its jaws as it stares ahead with wild eyes. It's clear these animals aren't just well-trained. They've been pushed to the edge of starvation. Klein remains silent, his expression unreadable as he listens to the noble's petty insults. He questions when a simple hunting contest turned into a glorified social hour for these people. The noble ignores the cold shoulder, his eyes glinting with a cruel sort of amusement. He tells Klein to stay patient, claiming that he's already got everything perfectly prepared for the day. He holds the leashes tightly in his calloused hand, his knuckles white as he prepares to release the hounds. "Watch closely," he says, a predatory edge creeping into his voice. With a sharp command, the pack of starving dogs lunges forward, their claws digging into the stone floor as they sprint away. The hunt has officially begun, and it's clear this won't be a typical sport. Out on the field, slabs of raw meat have been scattered across the grass as bait. It's a grisly sight, designed to drive the hungry animals into a frenzy. The dogs race across the open ground, their shadows stretching long behind them. They're driven by nothing but primal hunger, ignoring everything but the scent of blood. The noble draws his bow with practiced ease, his eyes locking onto his targets. He explains that a starving dog's sense of smell is far superior to any human's, making them the perfect tools for this hunt. One of the dogs snarls, its teeth bared as it closes in on the bait. It's a terrifying display of raw aggression, exactly what the noble wanted to see. A series of sharp yowls fill the air as arrows find their mark, not in prey, but in the dogs themselves. The noble is shooting his own animals mid-run, showing a total disregard for their lives. He throws his head back and laughs, looking completely manic as he watches the dying animals twitch on the grass. To him, a successful hunt is simply about the thrill of the kill, regardless of the target. Before she can reach him, the noble steps in her way and places a condescending hand on her head. He refers to her as Klein's little pet maid, his tone dripping with mockery. The noble refers to Aaron as a little pet maid, his tone dripping with mockery. He wonders aloud why Klein even bothers to drag such a tiny brat around everywhere. His expression shifts into something even more sinister as he leans down toward the girl. He continues to taunt her, enjoying the power trip over a helpless servant. A hand suddenly clamps down on the noble's wrist with crushing force. Klein doesn't say a word at first, but the intensity of his grip speaks for itself. The noble looks shocked, his arrogant smirk faltering as he tries to pull his arm away. Klein tells him to get his hands off her, his voice low and dangerous. Klein's eyes burn with a cold light as he glares at the man. He delivers a chilling ultimatum. Let go of her now, or he'll break his wrist right then and there. He tightens his hold, his own knuckles straining as he forces the noble's hand away from Aaron. The noble can only hiss in pain, completely caught off guard by the boy's sudden display of strength. The noble shoves Klein back with a frustrated snarl, telling him to stop acting so tough. He's clearly rattled, but he tries to regain his composure by doubling down on his arrogance. Klein ignores the bluster and heads straight for the horses, sliding his foot into a stirrup. He's done with the social games. It's time to move the confrontation to the forest. The noble follows suit, mounting his own horse with a mocking laugh as he tells Klein to follow him. He thinks he's still the one in control of the situation. Dunkel watches with a worried expression, warning Klein that it's far too dangerous to head into the forest alone. Klein just looks back over his shoulder, telling the knight to stay behind and protect Aaron. He pulls a weathered piece of parchment from his pocket and hands it over to Dunkel. It's a vital tool for their plan, one he expects the knight to use if things go south. Dunkel stares at the paper in confusion, realizing it's a magic signal scroll. It's a rare and valuable item, not something you'd usually see in the hands of a talentless heir. A text box explains that the scroll is a single-use magic item used to send a distress signal. It's designed to work even without the user's own mana, making it the perfect fail-safe for someone in Klein's position. Klein's gaze drifts toward the background, where Garrison is sitting and watching them. He notes how suspicious it is that the priest has followed them all the way here, clearly acting as an observer for the main family. He instructs Dunkel to consider any sudden disappearance as a sign that something has gone wrong. He's preparing for the inevitable betrayal he knows is coming. He explains that the moment the scroll is torn, a linked crest will appear on the back of his hand to alert him. He shows the knight the empty space where the mark will manifest, his expression grim. With a final word of encouragement, Klein spurs his horse into a gallop and heads toward the trees. Dunkel can only call out after him, helpless to stop his young master from riding into a potential death trap. Garrison watches the boy ride away, his face partially obscured by shadow. He remains silent, his true intentions as unreadable as ever as he observes the scene unfold. The sun begins to set, casting deep purple and red hues across the sky. The peaceful beauty of the evening is a sharp contrast to the violence brewing in the woods. Klein rides deep into the dark forest, the only sound being the rhythmic thud of his horse's hooves on the soft earth. He's following the trail, knowing that his host is waiting for him somewhere ahead. He suddenly pulls on the reins, his eyes narrowing as he senses a presence nearby. Something isn't right, and his instincts are screaming at him to be on guard. A voice echoes through the trees, mocking him for finally arriving. The wind whistles through the branches, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the clearing. The noble is sitting casually in the middle of the path, cleaning his sword with a disturbing amount of focus. He's surrounded by the carcasses of more dead animals, looking like a king on a throne of filth. Klein dismounts, his hand resting on the flank of his horse as he stares at the grisly scene. He asks what the meaning of all this is, though he likely already knows the answer. He walks closer to the bodies on the ground, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and disgust. He can't believe the sheer waste of life he's seeing. Several more of the noble's black dogs lie dead in the grass, their bodies cold and stiff. It's a slaughterhouse, and it's clear that the contest was never about hunting wild game. The collateral noble stands before Klein, a cruel smirk on his face. He explains that this isn't just a simple visit, it's the grand finale of today's hunt, and Klein is the final prize. He draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring, his eyes wide with a manic, bloodthirsty intensity. He drops all pretenses, declaring his intention to kill Klein right here in the forest. Klein remains standing calmly beside his horse, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the threat. The collateral noble continues his tirade, boasting about how he'll present Klein's head to Delane as a trophy. He laughs mockingly at the Rhineland name, calling the entire family a pathetic laughingstock. Klein's gaze hardens, his silver hair catching the dim light as he finally begins to react. The collateral noble steps closer, his sword held low as he continues to belittle the boy. He calls Klein an empty shell with no power or purpose, completely underestimating the soul dwelling within him. Behind the collateral noble, a large group of armed men emerges from the shadows of the trees, surrounding the clearing. He gestures toward them, telling Klein that he won't even get a chance to struggle. The men look like seasoned mercenaries, some bearing scars and bandages, all wearing sinister grins. The collateral noble claims that the dukedom rightfully belongs to the collateral branch anyway. Archers draw their bows, the tension of the strings audible as they aim for the lone boy. The collateral noble tells Klein to blame himself for being born into such a pathetic family. Klein's face is shown in profile, his expression shifting from stoicism to something far more dangerous. He repeats the man's words back to him, his voice low and unsettlingly calm. The collateral noble's face contorts into a hideous, jagged grin as he anticipates the kill. He envisions the headlines for tomorrow, mocking the fallen swordsman family of the North. He leans in close, his eyes wide and crazed as he delivers his final insult. He tells Klein that the young master of Rhineland is destined to end up as nothing more than dog food. A close-up of Klein's face shows a subtle, mocking shift in his expression. The text bubble reveals the noble's hollow justification for the murder, claiming it's for the children's future. Klein's head stays bowed for a moment before a soft, dry sound escapes his throat. He's laughing, a quiet mocking that catches the collateral noble completely off guard. The laughter quickly builds into a full, boisterous cackle as Klein throws his head back. A dark, towering silhouette of his former self, Archimonde, looms behind him in the shadows. The collateral noble's jaw drops, his face turning pale with frustration and growing unease. He snaps at the boy, asking if he's finally lost his mind in the face of certain death. Klein covers his face with one hand, his laughter subsiding into a cold, predatory silence. He begins to speak again, his voice now carrying an archaic weight that doesn't belong to a teenager. He looks up, his eyes now glowing with a piercing, unnatural red light. He tells the collateral noble that a reckless brat truly doesn't know his place, his entire aura shifting into something monstrous. The collateral noble flinches, sweat beads forming on his brow as he feels the sudden, suffocating pressure radiating from the boy. He realizes with a jolt that something is fundamentally wrong. Klein declares that the family the man mocks was built upon the price of his own death. His gaze is icy, filled with a millennia's worth of resentment for the disrespect being shown. He stands in the center of the clearing as wisps of eerie blue-green energy begin to swirl around his feet. The atmosphere of the forest turns frigid, the very air vibrating with necromantic power. The collateral noble stumbles back, his voice trembling as he asks if this is magic. Klein corrects him with a chilling finality, stating that he doesn't use mana, this is demonic energy. The blue-green flames erupt around him, forming into ghostly skeletal claws that reach out from the shadows. Klein's silver hair whips in the magical wind, his presence now commandingly dark. The collateral noble tries to shield his eyes from the blinding flare of energy, his bravado completely shattered. He shouts to his men, desperately trying to understand what kind of monster he's actually facing. A close-up of Klein's eye shows the swirling depths of his power, cold and focused. He ignores the noble's panic, his mind already set on the ritual he's about to perform. He smirks, a look of pure malice crossing his face as he prepares to summon his army. He begins the incantation, calling upon the ancient souls that have been buried in the depths of time. Klein levitates slightly off the ground, his arms outstretched as the demonic energy flows through him like a conduit. He commands the dead to rise once more in his name. 3 words of power echo through the clearing: feast, devour, and feast again. Ghostly, glowing skulls begin to manifest in the swirling vortex of energy behind him. The collateral noble's face is a mask of pure terror, his eyes wide and bloodshot as he screams that this is impossible. He realizes too late that he hasn't cornered a helpless boy, but a legendary demon. Archimonde's skeleton army, with glowing orange eyes and dark tattered hoods, begin to climb out of the very ground. One of the mercenaries shouts out a name in disbelief: the legendary Necromancer. Klein points a single finger toward the cowering men, a wicked grin stretching across his face. He gives his army a simple, final order: devour every last one of them. A single red light flickers in the pitch black. I thought I had forgotten, but the memory is still there, buried deep in the void. Rows of ancient skulls are piled up in the shadows. They're a grim reminder of a past that refuses to stay dead. A warrior in dark armor walks through the field of bone. 200 years have passed since Archimonde last stood in this place. The ground is littered with the remains of those who fell before him. To him, it all feels like a blur of distant, fatting days. Shadowy hands reach up from the abyss, grasping at nothing. He can still feel their presence resonating within him. Klein stands on a jagged peak, surrounded by a deep red glow. The connection to the dead is pulsing through the darkness, stronger than ever. More hands claw at the air as the voices of the dead call out to him. They're waiting for their master to give the command. He holds his hand out, sensing the pulse of the energy meeting his fingers. This feeling, this trace of power, it's exactly as he remembers. Klein clenches his fist as red energy bleeds out between his fingers. It's a nostalgic sensation he hasn't felt in a very long time. The collateral noble stares in shock, his face pale and his eyes wide. He can't wrap his head around what's happening right in front of him. Massive skeletons with glowing orange eyes rise from the earth to flank their master. The noble screams out the name Archimonde in pure terror. Klein smirks, his silver hair catching the light as he looks down at his enemy. He admits that he used to go by that name once upon a time. Dark clouds swirl overhead as the wind picks up across the clearing. The air has suddenly grown heavy with an ancient, dark power. The mercenaries start to sweat, their initial confidence quickly fading. They try to tell themselves that the stories of Archimonde were just rumors. Klein stands calm in the center of the mist, his gaze steady. His new army is forming a circle around him, silent and ready. One of the skeletons lets out a hollow hiss, its orange eyes burning bright in the gloom. It looks hungry for a fight. The collateral noble takes a second to compose himself, looking over the bony figures. He's trying to find a reason to keep acting tough in front of his men. He and his men burst out laughing, pointing their fingers at the skeletons. They jeer at the buckethead monsters, calling them pathetic. Klein stares down at the ground, his expression unreadable as they continue to jeer. The noble sneers, calling his summons nothing but low-level trash. The mercenaries join in the mockery, bragging about how many skeletons they've smashed before. They think these creatures are just more garbage to clear out. The two groups face each other across the wide clearing. The noble tells his men to take a bone as a souvenir once they've finished the job. He waves his hand, ordering the soldiers to break through and clear the path. He's ready to put an end to this reckless brat right now. The archers step forward and pull their bowstrings tight. They aim a full volley directly at the small boy standing in the suit. Klein stands his ground, completely unfazed by the weapons pointed at him. He calmly tells his own units to prepare for the engagement. A mercenary crossbowman takes aim, his finger ready on the trigger. He's looking for a quick kill shot. The order to fire rings out, and a swarm of arrows is released into the air. They fly across the clearing with lethal speed. A dark cloud of arrows rains down on Klein's position. It looks like there's nowhere left for him to run. The projectiles converge on the boy from every direction. He doesn't move an inch as the steel tips close in on him. Klein's eyes track the flight of the arrows, the points reflecting in his pupils. He doesn't even bother to blink as death approaches. The arrows impact the ground and the figures in the mist with a series of heavy thuds. Dust and debris kick up from the force of the volley. The collateral noble stands with a smug grin, thinking the fight is already over. He's sure Klein has been turned into a bloody pulp by now. His smirk disappears as he spots something moving in the settling dust. His eyes widen in surprise as he sees the result of the attack. Several arrows are stuck in the skeletons, but they haven't budged an inch. They stand there, completely unfazed by the projectiles. The skeletons have formed a tight shield wall, their heavy iron shields locked together. Every single arrow was blocked with professional military precision. Klein looks up with a sharp, mocking smile. He notes that it's been a long 200 years since anyone has seen a real undead army. The noble is stunned, his mouth hanging open. He can't understand how they suddenly have shields that weren't there a moment ago. Klein stands tall, his aura growing more intense as he looks down on his attackers. He tells them that if these were typical skeletons, he might be right to be surprised. A cruel glint appears in his eyes as he narrows his gaze. He makes it clear that his skeletons are on a completely different level than anything they've fought. The noble's arrogance is gone, replaced by a look of pure dread. He realizes too late that he's in way over his head. On Klein's command, the skeletons break their defensive wall and prepare to charge. The front line disengages, moving with incredible speed across the clearing. He reflects on the past, thinking about the future someone once killed him to protect. Now he's facing the very people who dared to mock and insult it. Klein gives the final order, his voice cold and sharp. He tells every unit under his command to prepare to attack. Klein clenches his fist, a dark smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to unleash his power. He commands his army to charge, ready to crush his enemies with his own hands. The skeletons lunge forward with inhuman speed, their glowing eyes fixed on the terrified mercenaries. They move with a grace that shouldn't be possible for a pile of bones. The collateral noble flinches back, his face contorted in disbelief as he watches the attack begin. He can't believe the monsters are actually moving this fast. A tide of undead sprints across the clearing, closing the distance in seconds. The noble screams out in shock, never having seen skeletons run with such purpose. The noble desperately shouts at his men to maintain their formation and not panic. He tries to convince them that they're just mindless skeletons, nothing they can't handle. A mercenary is caught off guard, a dark blade piercing straight through his chest from behind. He gasps as blood sprays from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. Chaos erupts in the clearing as the skeletons tear through the mercenary ranks with ruthless efficiency. Screams of agony fill the air as the defensive line completely collapses. The noble looks on in horror, blood splattering across the ground around him as his men are cut down. He curses under his breath, finally realizing how badly he underestimated the boy. Klein watches the slaughter from a distance, his expression cold and detached. He calmly gives the order for his second crossbow unit to move into position and surround the survivors. High above in the tree branches, skeleton snipers lock onto their targets with mechanical precision. The mercenaries below look up, sweating as they realize they're trapped in a crossfire. The skeleton crossbowmen level their weapons, the glowing orange in their sockets burning bright. They're ready to unleash a rain of bolts from above. Panic spreads through the surviving mercenaries as they realize they're being targeted from the trees. They scramble to find any cover, screaming for everyone to run. Klein gives the final word with a sharp, merciless look in his eyes. He commands his units to fire without hesitation. A volley of heavy bolts whistles through the air, aimed directly at the fleeing mercenaries. They move too fast for any normal human to dodge. The bolts find their marks, tearing into the backs of the panicked men as they try to escape. The force of the impact knocks them straight to the ground. Silhouettes of the falling mercenaries are cast against the trees as they're pinned down by the relentless fire. The clearing is filled with the sounds of impacts and desperate groans of pain. The noble swings his sword in a desperate arc, struggling to make sense of the slaughter. He realizes these aren't the weak, mindless skeletons he's used to fighting. He stares at the carnage, sweat beads rolling down his face as his breathing becomes ragged. He refuses to believe this is actually happening to his veteran mercenaries. The noble realizes that at this rate, it's only a matter of time before they're completely wiped out. True fear is finally starting to set in as he watches his men fall one by one. He bellows a new command, telling everyone to drop their crossbows and stop wasting time reloading. He orders them to switch to close combat for a final, desperate stand. The noble clashes blades with one of the skeletons, his eyes wide and desperate. He screams at the creature, asking if it's even listening to his demands. The skeleton's jaw hangs open in a hollow grin as it presses its weight against the noble's sword. He glares back, his teeth gritted in pure frustration. With a powerful swing, the noble manages to slice clean through the skeleton's neck. He shouts an insult at the undead bastard as its head flies off into the air. The skull hits the grass with a heavy thud, rolling away from the headless body. The noble stands over it, breathing heavily as he thinks he's finally won. He bursts into a manic, relieved laugh, thinking he's finally found a way to stop them. He boasts about knowing that aiming for the head would be their only weakness. Behind him, the headless skeleton continues to move, swinging its massive blade in a wide arc. The noble's triumph is cut short as he feels the wind from the incoming strike. He spins around, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in disbelief. He can't understand how the thing is still standing and fighting after being decapitated. Sweat pours down his face as he stands frozen in shock. Most people think cutting off the head is the end of an undead, but he's about to learn a terrifying lesson. Klein watches the noble's despair with a cruel, mocking smirk. He reminds his enemy that he already warned him about the power of his personal army. The headless skeleton walks calmly toward its own skull, ignoring the noble entirely. Klein explains that his skeletons are fundamentally different from any common undead. A skeletal hand reaches down and firmly grasps the skull by its eye sockets. The glowing orange eyes never once flicker out, even while detached. With a sickening crunch of bone, the skeleton snaps its head back onto its neck. Klein remarks that this invincibility is exactly how he, Archimonde, once conquered the entire continent. The noble stares in utter silence, his sword trembling in his hand. He can't believe what he just witnessed. The creature reattached its own head like it was nothing. A close-up of the skeleton's face reveals its glowing eyes burning with a renewed, predatory intensity. Klein explains that his summons are immortal and follow every tactical order to the letter. A surviving mercenary stands paralyzed with fear, his jaw hanging open as he looks around the clearing. He can't even begin to process what kind of monsters they're really up against now. Dalton Conwell is losing it as his men get torn apart. The skeletons just keep getting back up, no matter how many times they're cut down. "Why won't they just stay dead?" he screams in pure desperation. Klein watches the chaos with a cold, practiced eye. 11 skeletons is his current limit in this young body, but it's clearly more than enough to handle a few mercenaries. He's just getting started. The lackeys are breaking into a cold sweat, their hands trembling as they struggle to keep their cool. Klein just smirks at them, asking if they're ready to keep the game going. It's a terrifying offer. A long, agonizing scream echoes through the dark woods, signaling the end for another guard. All around them, the forest is filled with the sounds of a one-sided slaughter. Far away from the blood and screaming, the mansion grounds are quiet. A fountain splashes softly in the moonlight, a world away from the violence in the trees. Someone is laughing, enjoying the peaceful night. Garrisonal and Aaron are sitting by the water, catching up while the master is away. The maid is curious about Klein's past, asking if he really spent his time at the monastery the way the stories say. Aaron can't help but laugh, her twintails bouncing as she listens to Garrison's stories. She finds the whole idea of a younger Master Klein hilarious. The knight just watches her with a calm, amused expression. Garrison smiles, noting how much the young maid clearly adores her master. He seems to find her devotion genuine and heartwarming. Erin puffs out her cheeks in pride. "Well, of course I am," she declares, her loyalty unshakable. Meanwhile, back in the woods, the atmosphere is anything but proud. It's pure terror as someone begs for mercy. One of the remaining mercenaries is sobbing, completely broken as he faces a monster he can't kill. He's begging Klein to stop, his voice cracking with fear. But mercy isn't on the menu tonight. A skeleton guard looms over the crying man, its blade coming down with a heavy, final thud. There's no hesitation in its movements. Blood sprays across the dark trees in a violent arc. Even as people are dying, Aaron's voiceover continues, talking about how Klein used to share his cookies with her. It's a jarring contrast. She smiles warmly, remembering him as the gentlest person in the world. To her, he's a saint, completely unaware of the bloodbath happening just a few miles away. The gentlest person in the world currently has blood splattered across his face. Klein watches the massacre with a cold, detached expression, pointing out the next target for his undead army. The skeletons finish the job, cutting down the last of the mercenaries with ruthless efficiency. The clearing is left silent, save for the sound of steel sliding into flesh. Dalton swings his sword wildly, his eyes wide and frantic. He's the only one left, and he's fighting like a cornered animal. It's clear his noble arrogance has completely vanished. He manages to land a solid strike, his blade flashing in the moonlight as he cuts into one of the skeletons. For a split second, he thinks he has a chance. But the victory is short-lived. The skeleton's head just snaps back into place with a dry, rattling sound. It doesn't even slow down. Dalton can only watch in horror as it regenerates instantly. He's grinding his teeth, curse words falling from his lips as he realizes how hopeless this is. These things just won't stay down no matter how many times he breaks them. Then a realization hits him. He looks toward the boy standing calmly at the edge of the clearing. That brat, he thinks. If he can kill the caster, the whole spell has to break. He weaves through the chaos, ignoring the skeletons as they continue to tear through the dead. Every second counts if he wants to reach his target. This is his one and only shot. Dalton lunges forward, screaming Klein's name as he puts everything into a final charge. He's determined to end this right here, even if it's the last thing he does. He screams that the playing with corpses ends now. In his mind, it doesn't matter if they're undead. Once the boy is dead, the game is over. His face is twisted in a mask of pure rage. His sword comes down in a heavy, desperate arc aimed straight for Klein's head. The boy doesn't even flinch, standing perfectly still as the blade nears him. At the very last second, Klein's eye ignites with a sharp, purple glow. A star-shaped pupil pulses with power, signaling the activation of something dangerous. He's been waiting for this. With the eye active, everything slows down for him. He can see the exact path of Dalton's blade and every weakness in the man's stance. He's seeing the world on a completely different level. Klein reaches for his hilt, dark energy crackling around his hands like static. He's ready to counter, his movements perfectly calculated. The noble doesn't stand a chance. A phantom image of Berkel Rhineland flashes in his mind. Klein is recalling a legendary secret technique he only ever saw once, a move that defines his new family's strength. He's going to mimic it perfectly. Dalton's eyes widen as he recognizes the stance. He knows that technique, but there's no way this pathetic boy should be able to pull it off. He realizes too late that he's in over his head. Meteor sword? A single blinding arc of energy tears through the darkness. It's a flawless strike, combining his physical strength with his old-world knowledge. Dalton's charge is cut short instantly. The noble freezes, his chest split wide open as blood sprays across his clothes. He looks down in disbelief, barely able to process what just happened. Klein coldly tells him not to expect a peaceful end. The light in Klein's eye is chilling and final. "Your judgment begins now," he says, his voice devoid of any emotion. The battle is over, but for Dalton, the nightmare is just starting. The night sky is still and silent, indifferent to the violence that just took place. The clouds drift slowly over the blood-soaked clearing. It's a lonely place to die. Dalton collapses onto the grass, coughing up blood as he stares at the boy who just ended him. Klein stands over the dying man, looking down with a mix of pity and cold satisfaction. He was right. Dalton was easy prey. This moment triggers a memory of his past life as Archimonde. He remembers being defeated by Berkel Rhineland, a loss that he's still carrying within his soul. This second chance is his way to fix that weakness. It's a strange twist of fate, really. The very family he hated is now the one giving him the tools to survive and reclaim his power. The irony isn't lost on him. The demonic energy of his old self flares up around his hand, glowing with a bright blue flame. It's the power of the Necromancer who once commanded legions, now resting in the hands of a young boy. He feels his strength returning. He grips his sword, his knuckles white as he looks at the blood-stained blade. This weapon, and the family name it represents, gave him the power he needed to protect himself tonight. It's time to build something new. The blood on his face is a reminder of the price of survival. With every enemy he kills, he feels himself becoming stronger, his soul knitting back together in this new world. He's not just Klein anymore. Dalton stares up with blank, unseeing eyes, his life finally slipping away in a pool of blood. Klein looks at the body, realizing he can no longer ignore the path he's been forced onto. His past and present have finally merged. He turns his back on the corpse and starts to walk away, his steps light on the grass. He has a lot of work to do and a debt to settle. "Just you wait, Berkel," he thinks, his eyes set on a much bigger target. Klein stares into the distance, his mind already moving past the corpses at his feet. "This ruined house, I'll rebuild it myself," he resolves, the weight of his legacy finally becoming his own. In a place far beyond the forest, a single eye flutters open. A pained groan escapes as a soul begins to realize its surroundings have changed. Dalton Conwell is lost in a suffocating darkness, his voice echoing in a void where he can't see a single thing. He's starting to panic, the pitch-black silence more terrifying than the fight he just lost. He tries to shift his weight, but a heavy metal shackle clinks as it bites into his ankle. He's completely immobilized in the dark. The gloom recedes just enough to show he's strapped to a massive, spiky stone chair. His eyes go wide as he realizes he can't move an inch, his hands and legs firmly bolted down. A tall silhouette approaches him from the shadows. "You're awake," a deep, imposing voice calls out, cutting through the silence of the void. The figure steps into the light, revealing the spirit form of Archimonde. He looks down at Dalton with glowing, merciless eyes and explains that this is the afterlife, a world he created himself to judge the dead. Dalton can barely gasp out the Necromancer's name, his mind reeling from the impossibility of it all. Archimonde simply confirms the nightmare is his new reality. The judgment starts with Dalton's favorite hobby, hunting. Archimonde reminds him of the dogs he starved and tortured just to make the chase more entertaining. He's bringing every sin to the surface. Flashes of the past show Dalton laughing as he let his arrows fly into helpless, fleeing hounds. Archimonde remembers the sadistic joy on the noble's face as clearly as if it were happening right now. Dalton screams at him to stop talking nonsense, trying to bluff his way out of the situation. He demands that Archimonde release him immediately, his arrogance still flaring even in his shackles. He stops mid-shout, his breath catching as the pieces of the puzzle start falling into place. A cold dread settles in his stomach as he thinks back to the clearing. The memory of Klein's blade cutting through him is vivid and undeniable. He remembers the cold bite of the steel and the spray of blood as he fell. He looks down at his chest, baffled by the fact that he feels perfectly fine despite the lethal wound. Archimonde tells him the truth. He's already dead, and this place is only for returning the karma of his life. Dalton begs for it to stop, his voice high and thin with desperation. He's pleading to be let go, his face glistening with sweat as the truth sinks in. He's terrified of what's coming next. Archimonde's hand glows with an eerie, blue soul fire as he prepares the next stage of the punishment. Whether Dalton believes it or not doesn't change a thing. The verdict is final. A pack of spectral hounds with glowing blue eyes rises from the shadows around the chair. Archimonde tells Dalton that the time has come to pay for his sins in the most literal way possible. The noble's eyes bulge in pure terror as he stares at the snarling beasts. He's completely defenseless, held tight by the stone and iron. The dogs bray and growl, their teeth snapping close to Dalton's face. They're a reflection of the animals he once abused, and they're hungry for retribution. They lunge forward, the clearing filled with the sounds of snarling and tearing. Archimonde tells him to listen to the screams of the lives he ended, now they're his own. Dalton grinds his teeth as the pain of the afterlife starts to take hold. It's a sensory overload of agony that he can't wake up from. The darkness of the void seems to grow heavier as Archimonde delivers his final decree. This is the hell Dalton built for himself with every cruel choice he made in life. There is no escape. Dalton's scream of "it hurts" is the only sound left in the void. He's being torn apart by the very cruelty he used to cherish. He begs and pleads for mercy, his eyes rolling back in his head as the fluid of his fear streams down his face. It's a pathetic end for a man who thought he was untouchable. A final, tearful look before his consciousness is overwhelmed by the shadows. His physical life and his pride are both gone now. Back in the real world, Dalton's body lies lifeless in the grass, his face a mask of the terror he felt at the end. The forest is quiet once again. Klein stands alone in the clearing, the weight of the fight finally starting to show on his young face. He's survived, but he knows this is just the first of many battles to come. He looks at his reflection in the blade, his silver hair messy and face splattered with blood. He doesn't look like a young master anymore, he looks like a survivor. His skeleton summons rattle as they stand behind him, their orange eyes fatting as their task is complete. Klein looks at them with a strange sense of gratitude. They've done well. He raises his hand, a soft green light pulsing from his palm. He decides to repay the favor for their help in this first real trial. "I shall break the curse that binds you and grant you freedom," he says. One by one, the skeletons begin to crumble into glowing green sparks. The embers drift up into the night sky, disappearing into the trees like fireflies. The clearing is left empty, and for a moment the silence of the forest is the only thing left. Klein stands alone in the middle of the dark clearing, surrounded by glowing blue embers of energy. He looks down at his hands, his expression calm as the silence of the forest settles back in. Bodies are scattered across the grass. Klein thinks about how death works and why exactly he was brought back to this world. A hooded figure suddenly steps out of the shadows. The mysterious stranger admits he never expected the young master to be a necromancer. Klein turns to face the intruder, asking him who the hell he is. The mysterious priest doesn't answer. Instead, he conjures a ball of swirling green energy between his hands. The green magic spills across the dirt, seeping into the fallen guards like a toxic mist. One of the dead men twitches as his eyes snap open, filled with an eerie, artificial life. The reanimated eye is cold and lifeless, staring at nothing as the magic takes hold. More corpses pull themselves off the ground, forming a new, grotesque army. The priest is a necromancer too. Klein recognizes the spell immediately. It's soul return magic, a technique used to puppet the dead. The mysterious priest smirks, nodding that since Dalton failed, these corpses will have to be the ones to get the job done. The scene shifts away from the forest to the peaceful mountains near the estate. Aaron is laughing, telling Dunkel some funny stories about Klein's childhood. Dunkel isn't paying attention. He's looking down at the signal magic scroll in his hands. He wonders why the young master would take an emergency item like this for a simple hunting trip. It's been 3 hours since Klein left with Dalton, and Dunkel's gut is telling him something is wrong. He decides he can't wait any longer and heads for his horse, but the other guards try to stop him. They remind him that the hunting competition is still on, and he needs to stay at his post. Dunkel gives them a cold look, his patience completely gone. He notices the family crest on the breastplates of the men blocking his way. They're Dalton's guards. He realized they're deliberately stalling him, which means the hunt was definitely a trap. He identifies himself as the knight commander of the Rhineland family, and warns them to step aside. His glare is so intense that the guards actually flinch in fear. They start sweating, realizing they can't actually stop a man like him. Erin runs up and asks if something is wrong. Dunkel tells her to listen closely. He tells her to head back to the estate and take the priest with her for safety. Erin looks confused and mentions that the priest just left a little while ago. Dunkel freezes. He remembers Klein's warning about the priest acting suspicious. It hits him the priest didn't leave. He followed Klein into the forest. He curses and throws himself into the saddle, mounting his horse in one motion. He bites down on the scroll to activate the signal, realizing this whole situation was planned from the start. He spurs his horse into a gallop, racing toward the forest at full speed. Back in the woods, Klein is surrounded by the priest's wall of undead puppets. The fight with Dalton drained all of his demonic energy. He's powerless to use his own necromancy now. He watches as the corpses groan and slowly close the distance. The mysterious priest points at him and commands the army to move. He gives the final order to eliminate the young master. Klein clenches his fist, mocking the guy for thinking such cheap tricks would actually work on him. The seal on his hand begins to glow with a bright, celestial light. The undead charge forward, blades drawn and ready to kill. Klein just smirks, looking the priest right in the eye and telling him he's absolutely screwed. The mysterious priest looks up in shock, as his visor reflects a sudden, blinding glow that cuts through the dark forest. A massive pillar of golden light strikes the earth, the impact shaking the trees and drowning out the groans of the undead. The light clears to reveal Garrison Birkman standing in a scorched crater, holy energy radiating from his massive, muscular frame. Garrison is an agent of the Holy Order, a powerhouse sent to deal with the rising darkness. His eyes are fixed on the horde, glowing with a divine intensity that seems to burn right through the gloom. Garrison calls out to the light as he prepares to purge the area. The holy energy continues to ripple outward, tearing through the reanimated corpses and reducing them to ash. Garrison stands tall, commanding the dead to be granted a peaceful rest. He turns toward Klein, telling the boy he can rest easy now that the church has intervened. Garrison's silhouette is imposing against the fatting, holy flare. The mysterious priest is frozen in shock, his hands trembling as he realizes his necromancy is being completely overpowered. He can only stare at the newcomer in disbelief. A close-up of Garrison's face reveals a cold, determined look as he prepares to deliver his brand of divine justice. Divine energy crackles around him. The narrator introduces Garrison Birkman as a Holy Order agent, a man bred for battle and absolute devotion. Garrison stands ready, his presence alone silencing the forest. These agents are the Pope's most trusted human weapons, warriors who carry out the Church's orders with total obedience. They are legends of the Holy Order, feared by heretics across the continent. They are known as the Church's strongest assets, figures who bridge the gap between holy men and absolute monsters. Garrison is just one of these three terrifying entities. Only these select few are capable of wielding the ancient holy relics left behind by Saint Gall himself. These relics grant them power far beyond any ordinary knight or mage. A single agent is said to possess the destructive power of an entire fortress, capable of leveling anything in their path. Garrison demonstrates this power as he pulverizes the undead with a single pulse of energy. The mysterious priest winces as the sheer pressure of the holy light begins to crush his own dark magic. He struggles to maintain his focus while the world around him explodes in golden light. The undead guards are obliterated by the force of the blast, their bodies shattered into pieces. The priest can only watch as his army is reduced to scrap in seconds. He stares at the massive man, his pale face reflecting the realization that he is standing before one of the most dangerous men in the world. Garrison's power is unlike anything he's ever seen. Among the three human weapons, Garrison is the one who boasts the greatest raw physical strength. He is a mountain of a man with the power to crush armor with his bare hands. Garrison tells Klein to rest easy, his smile revealing a zealous edge as he enjoys the work of his order. Klein watches, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Garrison stands tall, his shadow stretching across the blood-soaked ground as more undead groan and fall around him. He is the master of this battlefield now. The remaining corpses groan and twitch as they try to stand, but their bodies are already failing. The presence of the agent is physically repelling the dark magic. The undead shriek in agony as they try to lunge at the massive knight, their forms already starting to disintegrate under the pressure. Garrison doesn't even bother to move to defend himself. He walks through the field of carnage with absolute confidence, the ground cracking under his heavy steps. The undead army is no more than an annoyance to him. Garrison smashes a corpse into the ground with a single, brutal strike, blood spraying, as he tells the sinners to ask and pray for their souls. He swings his arm in a wide arc, a trail of holy energy following the motion and clearing a path through the trees. His movements are terrifyingly efficient. A close-up of Garrison shows his eyes burning with a zealous fury. He promises to grant the heretics a baptism of fire. The last of the undead scream as they are caught in the wake of his power, their souls finally being forced from their bodies. Garrison continues his relentless march. The agent's foot slams into the earth, sending a tremor through the clearing and throwing the surviving guards into the air. He will cleanse them of their sins. The ground erupts as holy energy bursts from below, shattering the forest floor and pulverizing the remaining undead. The clearing is filled with the sound of destruction. Garrison smashes more skulls with his massive holy book, blood spraying across his robes with every brutal thud. He refers to this violent slaughter as mercy. He stands in the middle of the carnage, the blood-stained book in hand, as he delivers his final judgment. The undead army has been completely wiped out. Garrison looks down, his face a mask of grim satisfaction as he finishes his purge. To him, this isn't just a fight, it's a religious duty. The mysterious priest realizes he is completely outmatched. He can't believe a church agent has appeared here, and he's terrified of what's coming next. He stares at Garrison's power, his mind reeling as he wonders what the hell kind of monster he stumbled upon. Survival is the only thing on his mind now. Panic finally takes over, and the priest turns to flee back into the darkness of the forest. He knows he can't win, and his deal with the shadows has just turned into a death sentence. He runs as fast as he can, his boots pounding against the grass as he tries to put distance between himself and the agent. He's desperate to get away from the light. His mask falls off in his haste, clattering to the ground as he continues his frantic retreat. He doesn't look back, his focus entirely on escaping. Garrison reaches out with blinding speed and grabs the priest by the back of the head. The priest freezes, his escape cut short by the massive hand of the agent. The priest's hood is pulled back to reveal a young man with red hair, his face twisted in a scream of pure terror. He pleads for Garrison to wait, but there is no mercy here. Garrison informs the sinner that his prayer is not yet finished. He tells the priest to be grateful for the judgment he's about to receive as he looms over him. Tears stream down the priest's face as he looks up at his executioner, knowing his death is only a moment away. The weight of his judgment is finally bestowed upon him. In the name of the light, Garrison delivers the final execution. The impact is brutal, leaving a spray of blood in the air as the priest is silenced for good. Klein stands alone in the background, watching in silence as the forest goes quiet once again. He sweats under the crushing pressure of the agent's lingering aura, realizing the sheer power of the church's weapons. A grisly eyeball rolls across the forest floor, a silent testament to the absolute destruction Garrison just unleashed upon the heretics. The darkness of the woods seems to swallow the gore as the holy light of the execution begins to dim. Klein remains frozen in place, a single bead of sweat rolling down his pale face as he hears his name called by a voice from the edge of the clearing. The crushing weight of the battle's end and the lingering aura of the agent have left him momentarily paralyzed. The narrator reflects on the terrifying scale of Garrison Bierkman's power, nodding that the man ended the entire massacre with nothing more than a single step and a charge. His massive silhouette fades into the distance, leaving behind a field of scorched earth and broken remains. Klein's eyes are wide with intense focus as he continues to feel the residual pressure of Garrison's aura pressing down on him like a physical weight. It wasn't just the physical violence that ended the fight. but the sheer spiritual presence of the agent that dictated the entire encounter. He stares down at the carnage, where over 20 bodies were shredded into unrecognizable pieces in an instant without the agent even drawing a weapon. The raw, unfiltered strength of the church's human weapon has left an indelible mark on Klein's understanding of the power gap he must one day bridge. A hand reaches out, its fingers cold and lifeless like an executioner's final sentence. It's stained dark with blood, the air around it heavy and oppressive. Priest Garrison stands over the carnage, watching blood drip from his own hands onto the forest floor. He already knows something far darker than a simple monster was at work here. He looks down with a grim, knowing smile. The traces of necromancy are everywhere, but they don't quite fit the scene. Garrison drops a heavy, blood-caked hand onto Klein's shoulder, pinning him in place. He stares right through the boy with those intense eyes. That foul energy he sensed, it didn't come from the dead monster. Klein can feel the weight of that gaze. This man isn't just a priest, he's a predator hunting for even the slightest slip-up. The grip on his shoulder tightens. One wrong word, and the Holy Order will execute him right where he stands. Suddenly, a frantic shout breaks the silence from across the clearing. Dunkel comes charging in on horseback, his face pale with worry. He's been searching desperately for the young master. Klein looks back, his vision starting to flicker and fade. The toll of using Archimonde's power in a body this weak is finally catching up. A thin trail of blood leaks from the corner of his mouth as he struggles to stay conscious. His heart hammers against his ribs, sounding like a frantic drum in the quiet forest. Dunkel leaps from his horse and sprints over, shouting as the boy's knees finally buckle. The knight catches him just in time. He's panicking, demanding to know where all this blood came from and what happened to the others. Klein just tells him to stop shouting and just hold him up. His legs are completely shot, and he hasn't got an ounce of strength left. He drops the truth like a stone. He killed Dalton because the man tried to kill him first. The scene shifts to the Grand Assembly Hall of the Rhineland, where the air is thick with the smell of old paper and political tension. A hand slams down on the table with enough force to rattle the entire room. Count Delkin Conwell is in the middle of a performative meltdown, demanding to know how his son could be accused of such a heinous crime. He shouts to the entire hall, painting Dalton as a man defined by honor and loyalty. To him, it's an insult to his family's name to even suggest that his son was an assassin. Duke Berkel Rhineland looks on from his high seat, completely unimpressed by the theatrics. He notes that despite the long interrogation, Klein's story hasn't changed once. He points out that they should be focused on finding the truth of the matter immediately. He holds up a report for the council to see, and the evidence isn't looking good for the Conwells. There's a direct record of 20 mercenaries being dispatched from Delkin's own estate right when the two disappeared. Berkel stares the count down. It's becoming very clear that Dalton was indeed up to something that day. Delkin's face pales as he internally curses his idiots for being sloppy enough to leave a paper trail. The nobles in the stands start whispering to each other, not quite buying the logic. They've all seen Dalton's skill with a sword. How could a boy who has never held a blade and has 0 mana manage to kill him? Delkin realizes he's losing the room. If the truth about the assassination attempt gets out, his career and his house are finished. He swallows hard and decides to shift the focus, hopping to play on the council's biases. He starts digging into Klein's past, bringing up the old, bizarre rumors that followed his late mother, Claire, until her death. He mocks the boy for claiming to be the legendary Lord Archimonde since he was a small child. Berkel's jaw sets as the count crosses a line. Delkin goes on the offensive, screaming that a talentless weakling like Klein must have hired someone else to kill Dalton. He calls the whole situation disgusting, playing the victim until a cold, calm voice cuts right through his shouting. Delkin freezes. That voice sounded a lot closer and a lot more dangerous than he expected. Klein walks into the center of the hall, looking perfectly composed in his suit. He's heard enough of the count's nonsense. He stares Delkin down and repeats the truth. The count hired mercenaries to kill him, and he simply defended himself. He even mentions Priest Garrison's arrival as the turning point when mysterious figures turn the guards into undead. Delkin loses it completely, screaming at the top of his lungs that the boy is lying. Klein just lets out a chilling smirk, his eyes flashing with a sharp, predatory light. He leans in and whispers that while the self-defense part was true, the part about him being Archimonde, that was true as well. Delkin Conwell grinds his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. He's cornered and he knows it. Klein watches him with a cold, predatory gaze. He made a vow after killing Dalton. He would restore this family with his own hands and never let it be defiled again. His focus is absolute. The collateral branch families who dared to mess with him will be the first to fall. A sudden knock at the doors interrupts the silence of the hall. A woman's voice calls out, casually apologizing for her late arrival. Leia Fallwyvern, commander of the Blue Holy Spear Knights, makes her entrance with an air of effortless authority. She strides past the guards, her presence commanding everyone's attention. Klein recognizes her immediately. She was at the swordsmanship demonstration, and her presence here is an unexpected variable he hasn't accounted for. The nobles whisper her name, wondering why the Fallwyvern family would interfere in a private Rhineland matter. Heinkel speaks up, revealing that he's the one who gave her permission to attend. Heinkel explains that Dalton had previously carried out missions under her knight order, giving her a vested interest in the investigation. Leia stops and looks around, her sharp amber eyes scanning the room as someone helps her off with her coat. In her eyes, she has every right to be here. Her gaze is piercing, missing nothing as she settles into the environment. She makes direct eye contact with Klein, her lips curling into a subtle, unreadable expression. Her hand waves dismissively as she addresses the room. She makes a sudden, bold request. She wants to speak with young Master Klein in private. Klein can only stare back, caught off guard by the demand. Klein's mind races, trying to figure out her angle. Why him? Heinkel considers the request for a moment before giving his consent. The Duke tells Klein to go with her, but keep it brief. Klein can only offer a short, hesitant acknowledgement as the weight of the situation sinks in. He finds the whole thing incredibly annoying. Why do knights always have to be so dramatic and cryptic? Then he stops, a new thought occurring to him. This could actually be an opportunity if he plays his cards right. There are only 3 reasons a woman like her would want to speak with a weakling like him. It's either verification, suspicion, or a direct test. He tells Heinkel he understands and starts to follow her out. He follows her through the doorway, his silhouette dark against the light of the hallway. Whatever her goal is, he has no intention of running away. If she thinks she can use him, she's mistaken. He'll be the one using her to further his own goals, no matter who she is. The sharp click of a high-heeled boot echoes in the corridor as Leia stops walking. She stands there silently for a moment, the tension between them growing with every passing second. She calls out to him, her voice casual but holding an underlying edge. Suddenly, she's in his personal space, leaning in close with a question that catches him completely off guard. She asks if she can touch him. Klein stares at her, sweat breaking out as he wonders if she's actually serious. Her proximity is overwhelming. Leia Wren Fallwyvern isn't just any noblewoman. She's a high-ranking member of one of the continent's 3 great duchies, standing on equal footing with the Rhineland house. She's a master of spearmanship and the knight commander of the Blue Sacred Spear Knights, a role that commands respect across the land. Her official record is a testament to her lethal skills and unwavering courage in the face of danger. She has stood her ground against hordes of monstrous orcs, never flinching even as their axes swung toward her. In the heat of battle, her eyes take on a sharp, glowing intensity as she tracks every movement of her enemies. With a single, lightning-fast thrust of her spear, she can cut down multiple foes before they even realize she's moved. During a major monster suppression operation in the Western Forest, she led a search for civilian safety with relentless efficiency. In that single operation, she exterminated several high-ranking monsters single-handedly, leaving nothing but carnage in her wake. She did it all alone, proving that she's a force of nature that few can even hope to match. She looks back at the trail of destruction she left behind, her expression cold and detached. To her, this is just part of the job. Back in the present, she tells Klein to stop daydreaming and follow her. She's not one for patience. She warns him not to act too friendly, reminding him that they aren't even real family. Klein follows her, wondering exactly what she means by that. He remembers what Heinkel told him about the family tree. Leia is technically his cousin, the daughter of Duke Fallwyvern's second wife. But since she's the daughter of the first wife, and he's from a different line, they don't share a single drop of blood. Biologically, they are complete strangers. She stops again and turns to him, her voice dropping to a low, intimate tone. She says she's just acting out of personal curiosity. Before he can even respond, she lunges forward and grabs the front of his shirt. Klein lets out a startled shout as he's pulled toward her. She leans in close, her face just inches from his, and drops that bizarre request to touch him. The shock of it leaves him completely paralyzed. The scene pulls back to show them alone on the balcony. Klein's mind is spinning. Why would she ask something like that so suddenly? Leia Fallwyvern grabs Klein's wrist with a firm, practiced grip that catches him by surprise. She demands to see his hand, her amber eyes locking onto his with an intensity that brooks no refusal. She turns his palm over, examining the skin with clinical precision under the fatting light. She notes the soft, smooth texture, finding it suspicious that there isn't a single scar or blister on the hand of a boy who supposedly fought off 20 men. Klein stands frozen, sweat beading on his forehead, as he wonders why on earth she is feeling up his hand in such a public place. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated bewilderment at her strange behavior. Leia continues her inspection, explaining that while some master swordsmen have soft hands, specific areas still harden from the pressure of the hilt. She is looking for the subtle physical structural changes that only come from years of elite training. Her thumb and forefinger squeeze the flesh under his index finger and thumb, testing the density of his tendons. She asserts that while a person can lie with their words, their body's physical development will always tell the truth. She leans in dangerously close, her face just inches from his in the warm glow of the balcony. With a piercing gaze, she asks him point-blank if he has ever even held a sword in his life. The proximity is suffocating as she repeats her observation, her voice low and steady. She declares that just looking at his hands, there is absolutely no trace of him ever wielding a weapon of war. Her voice drops further as she questions how someone with such pristine hands could have defeated an official knight like Dalton. She starts to voice a deeper, more dangerous suspicion, her eyes narrowing into slits. She suggests that he might have used some other, hidden power to achieve such a feat. In the background of her thoughts, the terrifying visage of a skeleton with glowing red eyes looms, mirroring her growing suspicion of necromancy. Klein suddenly shoves her away, cutting short her probing gaze. That abrupt movement shatters the tension as he tries to put some distance between them. He quickly masks his shock with a defiant smirk, trying to laugh off her pointed accusation. He mockingly asks if she's going to go as far as to call him Archimonde, using the name as a shield. Internally, he is on high alert, realizing that this woman's instincts make her incredibly dangerous to his secret. He realizes that her questions aren't just simple curiosity, they are a calculated test. He watches her eyes, seeing that she is carefully gauging his every micro-expression to find a crack in his armor. He realizes that she isn't just waiting for an answer, but waiting for him to slip up. Klein knows that any further silence or hesitation will be taken as a direct admission of guilt. He decides the only way to survive this encounter is to act with even more confidence than his opponent. He narrows his eyes and adopts a cocky, arrogant attitude to throw her off the scent. He prepares to give her a bold answer that leans into the absurdity of her suspicion. He lets out a mocking laugh, asking her what she would do if he actually were the legendary Archimonde. His grin is sharp, designed to make her feel that the very question is ridiculous. Leia isn't intimidated at all, scoffing at the idea with a dismissive wave of her hand. She tells him that the notion of a brat, like him being the great Archimonde, is completely impossible. The word brat hits Klein with unexpected force, leaving him stunned and momentarily speechless. His carefully constructed facade of a powerful necromancer crumbles under the weight of the petty insult. He stares at her with wide eyes and his mouth hanging open in total disbelief. The transition from feared sorcerer to belittled child is a shock he wasn't prepared for. He begins to tremble with indignation, asking her if she really meant to use such a demeaning word. Leia remains perfectly calm, casually offering to repeat the insult if he didn't quite catch it the first time. She continues her verbal assault, criticizing his small stature, bad proportions, and complete lack of presence. She concludes that, in a word, he is simply nothing more than a brat. The phrase, "a little brat," echoes in the air, punctuating the total destruction of his pride. Klein looks as though his very soul has been wounded by her blunt, insulting assessment. Klein slumps over in total defeat, suffering from the severe internal damage her words have caused his ego. Leia dismisses him as neither a swordsman nor a legendary figure of power. As she turns to walk away, she offers a final, provocative challenge over her shoulder. She tells him that if someone as weak as him could truly defeat a knight, she would give him her lips as a reward. Klein remains in a state of absolute shock, his brain struggling to process the sudden, bizarre shift in the conversation. He can only stare at her retreating back with a blank expression. He wonders what possible use such a reward would be, his rationality completely derailed by the encounter. A caption notes that he is currently unable to think clearly due to the mental trauma. He stands there confused, wondering if her behavior was some sort of complex political move or just simple bribery. Leia calls back to him, telling him they need to head back inside before they are late. Leia walks across the balcony, her silhouette framed by the golden-orange hues of the setting sun. The wind catches her hair as she moves with the grace of a seasoned knight. Her expression becomes serious and introspective as she looks away from him. She thinks to herself that the real, terrifying Archimonde would never have been anything like this boy. The scene shifts to their feet walking across the threshold as they re-enter the main hall. An attendant's voice rings out, announcing that young Master Klein and Lady Leia are now entering the assembly. Looking around the grand hall, Archimonde admits to himself that he's been a bit too relaxed. He's currently stuck in the body of Klein, the nuisance, second son who's been away with the Holy Order for 7 years. Count Delkin Conwell looks like he's about to burst a vein. He knows the council won't believe Klein's claim of self-defense against his son Dalton, and he's counting on that lack of trust. Duke Berkel Rhineland leans back, his expression unreadable as he asks what the two of them discussed. The weight of his authority hangs heavy over the room. Leia Fallwyvern watches with narrowed eyes as a blade is drawn from its sheath. The metallic ring of the sword echoes through the silent chamber. Klein slams the sword into the floor with a deafening crack. The sudden display of aggression catches everyone off guard. The shock on the faces of the assembly is immediate. Both the Duke and the Knight Commander look like they can't believe the weak, young master just did that. Klein points the blade directly at the Count, calling him out by name. He's done talking, now he's going to prove his worth his own way. He tells Delkin Conwell that they should settle this like men, according to the ancient laws of the North. The room goes still as they realize where this is heading. Klein's eyes are cold and unwavering as he issues the challenge. He wants to face the Count in a trial by combat. The assembly erupts into a flurry of panicked whispers. Nobody expected the monoless boy to invoke such a brutal tradition. A trial by combat is a relic of the past, a judicial method used when a verdict is impossible to reach through words alone. In this duel, there are no rules and no restricted techniques. Whoever is left standing determines the truth of the matter. Basically, it's a legal fight to the death where the winner takes all. The primitive nature of it is exactly why it's so rarely used these days. Delkin is trembling, stuttering out his confusion at the sudden turn of events. Klein just stares him down, unfazed by the older man's shock. Klein lists the Count's crimes, framing him despite evidence and insulting his late mother, Claire. He's using the family's honor as the perfect excuse to force this fight. Internally, he knows only half of his outrage is genuine. He's playing a part, even if he doesn't actually care about the woman he's defending. He looks at the portrait of Claire, his mother in this second life. To the great Archimonde, she's just a stranger, and he feels no real attachment to her. The Count tries to buy some time, but Klein isn't having it. He sheathes his sword with a sharp click and tells the man to hurry up and make a choice. Up in the balconies, the nobles are practically buzzing with excitement. It's been ages since they've seen a real trial by combat, and they're eager for the spectacle. Duke Berkel looks toward the Count with a stern gaze. Since the tradition was passed down by the first generation, he says they can't simply ignore it. The Duke officially guarantees that the outcome of this duel will be final. His word is law, and now there's no backing out. By agreeing to the duel, all the evidence presented so far becomes useless. Delkin realizes that if he wins, all his lies become the official truth. The Count sees this as his golden ticket. He mockingly asks if the monoless young master will really be all right in a fight. He's already planning to send a powerful knight in his place. In his mind, he's already won, and he can't wait to see the brat dead. Klein just gives him a dark smirk. He tells the Count he can just sit back and watch, exactly like how he watched his son get butchered. The Count formally accepts the challenge. The duel is set for 4 days from now, and the tension in the room is at a boiling point. Klein knows he's gambling, but it's a calculated risk. He didn't raise the stakes like this for no reason. This is just the beginning of his plan. He glances at Leia as he thinks about using the Count as a stepping stone. He's going to show all the branch families exactly who he really is. The estate stands quiet under the night sky, but inside, things are anything but peaceful. Klein's ultimate goal is a complete overhaul of the Rhineland family. The silence of the hallway is shattered by a loud shout. Someone is very, very unhappy with Klein's decision. Delane is packing frantically, screaming at his brother for being out of his mind. He's terrified that Klein is going to get himself killed. Klein just sits back on the sofa, looking bored. He sighs as he tells Delane he's already heard this a dozen times. Delane is shocked that their father actually gave his permission for this madness. He looks like he's at his wit's end trying to understand it. He offers to step in as Klein's champion, since the rules allow for one. But Klein cuts him off immediately, telling him it's not needed. Delane points to their father and himself as the reason the Rhineland family rules the north. He doesn't think Klein is ready to carry that burden yet. Klein stands up, his expression hardening. He tells his brother to wake up and asks why on earth he would let someone else fight his battles. He explains that letting Delane fight would just give their enemies a legal way to kill the true heir of Rhineland. He's not going to be anyone's puppet. Klein knows it's frustrating for Delane, but this fight is a necessity. It's the only way he can truly change his reputation and gain some respect. Delane clenches his fist, the worry clear on his face. Klein stands firm, telling his brother that he has absolutely no reason to yield. Delane's mind drifts back to the day Klein was born. He remembers how excited he was to finally have a little brother. He remembers the tiny baby reaching out, a small and fragile life that he vowed to protect from that very moment. Looking at the infant Klein, a young Delane was struck with wonder. To him, his little brother looked just like an angel. Delane tells Klein that their different mothers don't change the fact that they're brothers. He's clearly distressed that Klein is risking his life in a trial by combat after only just returning home. Delane suddenly grabs Klein, his hands trembling as he pulls his brother close. The sudden movement leaves Klein looking completely bewildered by the unexpected emotional outburst. A single tear tracks down Delane's face as he begs Klein to listen to him. He can't stand the thought of losing the brother he waited 7 long years to see again. Klein watches the tear fall, his expression turning from shock to genuine confusion. He didn't expect this level of emotional attachment from the brother his new body inherited. The heavy atmosphere is broken as the doors swing open and a messenger steps into the room. Delane lets go, trying to compose himself as the guard speaks up. The messenger informs them that Count Conwell has already chosen his champion for the duel. He looks tense, clearly aware that the news he's bringing is a serious threat. Klein casually asks who the opponent is, looking almost entertained by the update. Delane, on the other hand, looks like he's already expecting the worst. The messenger reveals the name, Randall. He's an excommunicated knight from the Empire who made a bloody name for himself on the battlefield before being cast out. The scene shifts away from the estate to a local tavern, where the wooden doors swing open with an ominous creak. Inside, a mounted lion's head hangs on the stone wall, its jaw frozen in a silent roar above the carnage below. Dark red liquid is poured into a wooden bucket, splashing against the sides. It's a far cry from the refined wine glasses of the Rhineland manor. In the middle of the room sits Randall, a mountain of a man surrounded by the bodies of those he slaughtered. The messenger describes him as a man driven by uncontrollable bloodlust. Randall tilts his head back, chugging the red liquid straight from the bucket with messy, guttural gulps. He looks less like a knight and more like a wild animal. With blood dripping from his chin, Randall lets out a menacing grin. He's looking forward to the duel, especially the part where he gets to hear the screams of a little boy. Back at the manor, Klein remains calm, his silver eyes reflecting a cold determination. He knows exactly what kind of monster is waiting for him in the arena. Dunkel presents the custom-made sword to Klein, confirming that it has been forged exactly according to the young heir's request. He hands over the weapon, but he cannot help but offer a grim warning. This blade is specialized for someone with no mana, but it comes with a fatal flaw. He explains that the sword will shatter the very moment it makes contact with any weapon infused with magical energy. Klein listens in silence, holding the fragile steel. Klein stares down at the hilt with a cold, analytical look. He simply replies that it's good, as if the weapon breaking is exactly what he wants. With the sword secured, Klein signals that it's time to move. He heads toward the arena floor with no hesitation. The young heir walks out into the center of the massive Rhineland arena. Under the bright sun, he looks remarkably small compared to the scale of the trial. The crowd erupts in whispers and shouts as Klein takes his place. Nobody actually expected the talentless son to show up in person for a duel to the death. Up in the royal stands, Delkin Conwell laughs at the sight. He thinks Klein is essentially walking to his own execution. Delkin mocks the boy's chances, nodding that his opponent is a legendary warrior from the Empire. To him, a kid with 0 mana is just a target. Duke Berkel Rhineland stays quiet, watching his son from the balcony. His expression remains rigid and unreadable as the duel begins. Klein scans the empty arena floor, wondering where his opponent has wandered off to. He stands alone in the dust. He keeps a sharp eye on the shadows, waiting for the massive warrior to make his presence known. He doesn't have to wait long. A massive shadow looms over Klein from above. Randall drops from the arena walls like a predator descending on its prey. The ground shakes as Randall sticks the landing, making a theatrical entrance. The physical difference between the two is staggering. The great warrior looks down with a predatory smirk, his face covered in old battle scars. He towers over the young heir. Klein looks up, meeting the giant's gaze without blinking. He notes that Randall is even younger than the rumors suggested. Randall mocks Klein's thin limbs, wondering aloud what kind of sound he'll make when his neck finally snaps. He reaches out a massive hand to intimidate the boy. As the hand touches his shoulder, Klein flinches violently and leaps backward. He puts several meters of distance between them in a single, panicked motion. The spectators are stunned by the sudden move. They can't tell if Klein is trying to fight or if he just tried to run for his life. Delkin points and laughs, mocking Berkel for his son's pathetic display before the first blow is even struck. He calls the boy a coward who's already given up. Randall sneers at the display, convinced the boy is already paralyzed with fear. To him, this trial is nothing more than a joke. Klein grits his teeth, trying to regain his composure. He knows that reaction wasn't because of the giant in front of him. Sweat beads on his forehead as he fights back a reflex he can't control. He was startled, but not for the reason everyone thinks. A flashback shows why he flinched. He remembers the heavy hand of Priest Garrison during the purification torture he endured as a child. Randall continues to loom over him, calling him useless and comparing his fear to the victims of water torture. He doesn't realize he's poking at a much deeper trauma. Watching from the balcony, Leia Fallwyvern keeps a steady gaze on the arena floor. She's analyzing every move Klein makes, looking for his hidden strength. Leia tells her attendant that she doesn't care about the family's political drama. She's only interested in seeing if Klein can actually back up his talk. Klein recalls her promise to give him her lips if he managed to defeat a knight. The memory seems more annoying than the giant standing in front of him. He shakes off the distractions and turns back to the warrior. He has his own things to confirm in this fight. Klein clears his throat and tries to act casual. He claims he just has a stiff neck to explain away the massive flinch from earlier. Randall reaches out again, but this time Klein stays rooted to the spot. He lets the massive hand fall onto his shoulder. Klein's eyes go ice cold as he tells the giant not to touch him. He calls Randall a perverted bastard and asks if his ears are filled with muscle too. Randall is stunned by the sudden insult. He didn't expect the frail heir to have such a vicious mouth. His face darkens with a murderous intent. He warns Klein that the fouler he speaks now, the more he'll be screaming by the end of this. Randall winds up for a massive, ground-breaking strike. His physical power is on full display as he moves to crush Klein in one hit. Klein reaches down to unbutton his shirt. He stands perfectly still as the massive fist hurtles toward him. Randall's fist slams directly into the arena floor with bone-shattering force. Dust and rock explode from the point of impact. The ground shatters completely, creating a massive crater in the center of the ring. The sheer power of the warrior is enough to terrify the onlookers. Randall looks down, expecting to see a crushed body. Instead, he finds himself looking at nothing but rubble. He realizes he's only holding on to an empty suit jacket. Klein vanished into thin air the moment the strike landed. The crowd is in total shock. They can't believe the ground was shattered like that, but they're even more confused about where the boy went. Randall stands alone in the middle of the crater, looking around in total confusion. Young Master Klein has completely disappeared from sight. Klein takes a heavy step forward, the sound of his boot hitting the arena floor echoing through the silence. He stands firm in his red vest, his silver hair messy but his gaze sharp as he prepares for the next exchange. Klein lets out a long breath, sweat rolling down his cheek from the sheer exertion of the fight so far. He looks up at the massive Randall and admits to himself that a direct confrontation is out of the question. From the balcony, Berkel Rhineland watches with a look of pure dread on his face as he grips the railing. He whispers his brother's name, fearing that Klein is simply walking toward his own deathbed. Klein reflects on the high stakes of this trial, knowing his family's future depends on his performance. A massive shockwave shatters the floor, sending jagged stone fragments flying in every direction. Randall follows up with a brutal overhead slash, his massive blade cutting a path through the air. Klein shifts his weight and narrowly dodges the strike, his purple eyes glowing with a sharp focus. Randall smirks, enjoying the hunt as he keeps the pressure on his much smaller opponent. Seeing his sword slash coming, the giant warrior doesn't even flinch. Instead, he reaches out, grabs Klein by the arm, and tosses him aside like a rag doll. With the agility of a cat, he plunges his sword into the ground to regain his balance. Klein slides across the dusty floor, kicking up a cloud of debris as he tries to find a better opening. Randall doesn't let up, bringing his sword down in another powerful vertical swing toward the air. Klein is forced to parry, sparks flying as his thin blade meets the massive weight of Randall's weapon. Randall mocks him, taunting the boy to stop holding back and finally use his rumored necromancy. Klein grits his teeth, the force of the blow threatening to crush him where he stands in the arena. Randall's bloodshot eye widens as he suddenly senses a terrifying change in the air around them. A small ah escapes Klein's lips as his expression goes completely cold and detached. A dark, suffocating aura begins to swirl around Klein as he considers slaughtering everyone in the arena with his true power. Randall flinches, his heart racing as he feels a primal fear he can't explain in words. The giant warrior leaps backward, creating as much distance as possible between him and the boy. The spectators whisper in confusion, unable to understand why their champion is suddenly acting so cautious. Sweat pours down Randall's face as he tries to make sense of the ominous presence he just felt. Behind Klein, the Archimonde's spectral manifestation appears, a towering, hooded reaper clutching a massive scythe. The spectral reaper looms over the entire arena, its dark energy casting a long shadow over the battlefield. Up in the stands, Duke Berkel Rhineland and Delkin Conwell watch the fight with intense and varied focus. Heinkel narrows his eyes, seemingly sensing the dark power radiating from his son on the floor. Klein shakes off the dark thoughts and lowers his sword, facing Randall once more with a calm expression. He declares that he won't be using necromancy today because he is, after all, a Rhineland. For him, this is a place to prove himself through his skill with a sword alone, nothing else. Berkel Rhineland looks on from the balcony, his expression a mix of absolute shock and newfound hope. The arena erupts into cheers as the spectators finally start to believe in the young heir's skill. Delkin Conwell stands up in a sudden panic, his face pale as he watches the duel slip away. Randall recovers his composure and stares down his opponent with a cold, serious, and focused gaze. He grips his sword hilt tight, channeling a powerful surge of red mana into the cold steel. A massive aura of red flames erupts around Randall as he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. The narrative explains that the true power of imperial swordsmanship lies in the unrestrained use of mana. Randall's muscles bulge and ripple as the red energy flows through every part of his body. Every vein in his limbs pulses with power, pushing his physical senses to their absolute limit. With an explosive dash, Randall turns into a red blur as he charges toward Klein at blinding speed. Randall focuses his explosive power into a single point, aiming to hunt down his opponent in an instant. He unleashes a massive, red energy-infused strike, screaming for the Rhineland boy to die. Klein watches the attack with a strange clarity, his purple eye glowing as he reads every detail of Randall's technique. The giant warrior pours his massive mana capacity into the swing, certain of his victory. Klein dances through the gaps in the red sword paths, moving with a precision that defies belief. Randall grows increasingly frustrated as his prey continues to evade him, calling the boy an annoying pest. With an enraged roar, Randall swings his blade down for what he intends to be the final blow. The impact causes a massive explosion of red energy, shattering the arena floor into a cloud of debris. Thick dust and smoke billow up from the point of impact, obscuring the battlefield. Randall stands in the center of the crater, his eyes wide with confusion as he realizes he hit nothing but air. He sweats as the realization sinks in. Klein didn't just dodge, he completely read the entire sword path in a split second. High above the hulking warrior, Klein appears in the air like a ghost, his blade ready. Klein smirks down at his foe, mocking the giant for leaving his massive back completely wide open. He descends with the meteor sword technique, a purple energy slash tearing through Randall's defenses. The crowd gasps in unison, their eyes fixed on the impossible counterattack unfolding before them. In the stands, Berkel and Berkel Rhineland watch with stunned expressions, recognizing the legendary technique. Randall lets out a pained scream as the strike connects, unable to believe he's been outmaneuvered by a monolith brat. Klein lands gracefully, his expression cold as the bystanders wonder how such a feat is possible without mana. A young soldier looks on in disbelief, asking those around him if they truly saw the speed of that strike. Leia Fallwyvern watches with a flushed face, her eyes wide as she mutters a question to her commander. Away from the arena, a cutaway shows the grand architecture of the Rhineland estate under a clear sky. Inside his office, Duke Berkel Rhineland sits at his desk, explaining to his aide why he cannot intervene in the duel. The aide questions the decision, pointing out that an imperial knight is too dangerous for a boy like Klein to face alone. Berkel looks weary, nodding that Klein chose this path himself to defend his late mother's honor. He admits his own failings, haunted by the fact that he couldn't save his son when he was first branded as a monster. The Duke clenches his hands tightly, a heavy sense of guilt weighing on him for failing to protect his own flesh and blood. He feels he has no right to stop the boy now, after failing both his son and his family for so long. His aide watches him with a silent, somber expression, understanding the weight of the Duke's burden. Berkel stares off into the distance, lost in his thoughts about the son he thought was talentless. Back in the arena, the meteor sword strike finishes its arc, proving that Klein never picks a fight he can't win. Berkel's expression shifts to one of pure shock as he witnesses the power his son has been hiding. A legendary blade coated in frost serves as a symbol of the Rhineland family, the masters of northern swordsmanship. Their style was born from the need to survive the freezing snowfields, where wasting mana means certain death. A visual metaphor compares imperial swordsmanship to a lion's predation, raw, overwhelming, and explosive. Like a lion standing over its kill, the Imperial style relies on crushing an opponent with a single, massive outpouring of mana. The lion bites down with overwhelming force, symbolizing the predatory nature of Randall's combat style. In contrast, the Rhineland style is compared to a swift rabbit, prioritizing alertness and efficiency over raw power. A sudden, precise strike represents the core of their martial art, striking with perfect timing. An eagle's sharp gaze represents the moderation that defines the northern style of combat. Just like an eagle diving for its prey, the Rhineland swordsman targets the enemy's gaps with minimal effort and mana. Klein stands perfectly still in the arena, the embodiment of the calm and efficient Rhineland style. He explains the ultimate secret of his family's art, achieving maximum combat efficiency while using the absolute minimum amount of mana. Klein smiles confidently, explaining that the Rhineland family techniques are viable even without mana, despite the lack of raw power. He tells Randall that his current strength is more than enough to dismantle him, causing the brute to grit his teeth in fury. Randall's face contorts with rage as he snarls, calling Klein a little rat for his arrogance. The arena floor trembles as Randall releases a massive explosion of red mana, his roar echoing through the entire stadium. Every muscle in Randall's body bulges to the breaking point as he pours his entire soul into his final, desperate assault. The spectators watch in horror, many of them trembling as they witness the terrifying pressure of an Imperial Knight's true power. Delkin Conwell watches intently from the sidelines, recognizing the activation of Randall's most devastating secret technique. A massive, flaming mana lion manifests behind Randall, its eyes glowing as it prepares to seal Klein's every movement. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Klein remains unnervingly calm, his eyes fixed on the charging beast before him. Randall brings his sword down in a lethal arc, certain that this single strike will secure his victory. Delane Rhineland shouts out in desperation, pleading for his brother to get out of the way of the impending strike. The two blades collide with a violent shockwave, the massive red cleaver pressing down against Klein's slender sword. Sparks fly as the metal groans under the pressure, the sheer difference in mana capacity becoming painfully clear. A brief flashback shows the blacksmith aide presenting the custom-made weapon to Klein just before the duel began. The aide's warning echoes in Klein's mind. The blade was specifically tempered to fail under the pressure of mana-infused strikes. Right on cue, the fine steel of Klein's sword begins to crack and disintegrate into a cloud of sharp fragments. Randall lets out a triumphant, manic laugh, believing he has finally broken the boy's only means of defense. He drives his sword through the shattered remnants, convinced that Klein is now completely at his mercy. Klein looks up with a predatory smirk, his purple eye glowing as he reveals that the destruction of his sword was part of the plan all along. A single feather drifts through the air as Klein declares he's finally found the weapon to hunt the giant down. The lion, representing Randall's brute force style, stares up with wide, realization-filled eyes. The beast can only watch as the small feather settles, signaling a total shift in the momentum of the duel. On the arena floor, the shadow of a hunting eagle looms large, completely eclipsing the lion below as the Rhineland style takes over. Klein's specialized blade finally gives way, shattering into jagged shards under the weight of the giant's massive strike. A blade is sent spinning through the air amidst a spray of dark blood, discarded and useless as the collision concludes. Klein doesn't miss a beat. He uses the broken hilt to slash through the giant's arm in a single stroke, glowing with a cold, purple light. The massive warrior stands in total shock as blood erupts from the lethal wound. The severed hand drops to the dirt, still clutching the sword it was just using to threaten a child. Berkel Rhineland steps in immediately to call the match, his face grim as he realizes how far things have gone. A stunned silence falls over the arena as the announcement rings out that the duel is officially over. Dunkel watches from the sidelines, sweating as he analyzes Klein's frighteningly efficient swordsmanship. He knows that landing a strike like that with such little mana is a feat usually reserved for seasoned masters. Klein stands calmly over the bloody mess, his expression unchanging despite the violence he just unleashed. It's a complete victory for the young master, one that no one in the crowd saw coming. Randall finally lets out a guttural scream, clutching the stump of his arm as reality sets in. The medical team rushes onto the training grounds, shouting for the healers to hurry and stop the bleeding. Klein just stands there with a blank stare, looking like he's watching a boring play instead of a man bleeding out. He casually asks the healers if the hand can even be reattached, his tone disturbingly clinical. The healers explain that their basic magic can only close the wound, meaning Randall will be needing a prosthetic. Klein notes to himself how little healing magic has advanced in the last 2 centuries. Heinkel approaches his son, his eyes filled with a new kind of concern as he looks at the boy's cold face. Klein realizes he's forgotten to act like a normal 15-year-old and tries to mentally switch back to his facade. He scratches the back of his head, wondering if he should start pretending to be scared of the blood now. Delkin Conwell is in a total panic, screaming about how much money he wasted on a knight who just got maimed. Heinkel tries to hold the count to the terms of the duel, but the man is already showing signs of backing out. Delkin shouts that he's lost his son and his best fighter, using his grief as a shield to avoid his obligations. He continues his desperate rant, but at that very moment, it feels as if an invisible blade slashes through his throat, leaving him completely speechless. Klein glares at him, his purple eyes glowing with a predatory light that most people would find terrifying. A sudden wave of supernatural dread washes over Delkin, cutting his shouting off mid-sentence. The Count's eyes bulge as he feels his throat tightening, his mind suddenly flooded with an inexplicable fear. Klein steps right up to him, his voice dropping into a register that sounds more like a command from the grave. He orders the man to confess his sins and beg for forgiveness right there on his knees. Dark, necrotic energy flares up as Klein tells him he'll be crushed by the weight of his own regrets. The air around them turns cold and oppressive, as if the shadows themselves are closing in. A massive skeletal reaper looms behind Klein, its presence paralyzing the Count with pure soul-deep terror. Delkin's teeth chatter, and his eyes roll back as his mental defenses are completely obliterated. He collapses into a pathetic heap at Klein's feet, his pride replaced by absolute submission. He starts blubbering about how he and his son dared to plot against the young master. Klein keeps the voice of the dead active, ensuring the man stays trapped in his own personal nightmare. Delkin repeatedly slams his head against the ground, desperate for the terrifying pressure to stop. Through his sobbing, he even confesses to insulting Klein's late mother, Grand Duchess Claire. His voice is barely a whisper as he begs for mercy over and over again. The nobles in the audience watch in shock, unable to understand how a high-ranking noble could break so easily. Klein looks at his broken sword, satisfied that his revenge is finally gathering momentum. He raises the jagged metal high in the air, commanding the entire arena to listen to his declaration. Standing amidst the silence, he projects a presence that far exceeds his young age. He announces himself as the rightful victor, his voice echoing clearly through the training grounds. Dunkel listens intently, sensing that the dynamic within the Rhineland family has just shifted forever. Heinkel watches his son with a mixture of pride and dread, realizing the boy he once knew is truly gone. Klein stands tall, his voice ringing out across the training grounds as he reclaims his identity. He's no longer just a frail child. He's Klein Rhineland, and he's here to stay. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a massive cathedral, a heavy door creaks open. A towering figure enters, his silhouette cutting through the dim light of the hallway. Inside the sanctuary, Cardinal Morlock is deep in prayer, his hands clasped tightly together. He begs for the light to reach even the darkest corners of the world. He acknowledges the treacherous path ahead and the pain that must be endured. All he asks for is the strength to maintain his resolve. A cold, stone statue of a praying angel watches over the hall, illuminated by faint beams of light. It's a place of worship, but the atmosphere feels increasingly heavy. Heavy footsteps echo against the polished marble floor, drawing closer to the praying priest. Someone is coming, and they aren't here for a blessing. Garrison Bierkman approaches the cardinal, his scarred face partially hidden by the darkness. Morlock stops his prayers, recognizing the presence of the fanatical priest. The cardinal asks Garrison why he sounds so troubled, sensing a shift in the younger man's aura. The massive cathedral seems to swallow their conversation in its vastness. Garrison reports that their target was successfully attacked by a necromancer and his undead creations. He demands a full status report on the incident immediately. Morlock tells him not to worry, claiming that everything that happened was according to their secret plan. He remains calm, believing they are still in control of the narrative. He explains that the Necromancer was sent as part of a joint operation with the Empire. To the Church, these monsters are just tools to be used. Their goal is simple: use necromancers to spread pure terror among the masses. When people are afraid for their souls, they inevitably flock back to the Holy Order for protection. Morlock looks down, cold-bloodedly stating that a few sacrifices are a small price to pay for the revival of the Order. He's willing to let people die to spread what he calls God's will. Suddenly, Garrison lunges forward and grabs the cardinal by the throat, slamming him against a stone pillar. The old man gasps for air, his eyes wide with shock at the sudden betrayal. Garrison's face is a mask of pure fury as he accuses the cardinal of being nothing more than a corrupt politician. He can't stand that a holy man has compromised with heresy for the sake of power. Morlock struggles against the iron grip, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He tries to ask what Garrison thinks he's doing, but he can barely choke out the words. The cardinal's eyes bulge with terror as he realizes that Garrison is actually going to kill him. He begs for his life in a frantic whisper, but the scarred priest isn't listening. A sickening crunch echoes through the hall as Garrison crushes the man's head against the statue. Blood splatters across the pristine white stone, defiling the sacred space. Garrison stands over the lifeless body, his hand still covered in the blood of his superior. He hasn't just killed a man, he's purged what he sees as a stain on the church. He drops the corpse like a piece of trash as another figure approaches from the shadows. The sound of light footsteps signals the arrival of someone even more dangerous. Garrison doesn't even flinch. A figure in a white suit slowly approaches, nodding that Garrison hasn't changed a bit over the years. He mockingly remarks that the priest has likely killed more of his own kind than any necromancer ever could. Archbishop Palamin steps into the light, a faint, fox-like smile playing on his lips. He looks at the carnage with complete indifference, as if the dead cardinal is just a minor inconvenience. Garrison asks if this latest information was Palamin's doing, his voice filled with a mix of suspicion and respect. He knows the archbishop is a master of political and magical manipulation. Palamin admits he merely gave the permission for things to proceed, his boots clicking on the blood-stained floor. He's brought fresh information that might change everything. He starts babbling about having tons of information on Garrison's target, but before he can even finish his sentence, Garrison's fist comes crashing down on him. But that heavy fist strikes nothing but thin air, as Palamin has already vanished from his spot. Before anyone can blink, he's already standing right behind Garrison, casually picking up where he left off. He explains that using necromancy always leaves a trace behind, no matter how careful the caster thinks they are. Even a master can't fully hide their mana signature. He holds up a cross-shaped vial containing the traces he gathered from the dead necromancer. His teal eyes glint with intelligence as he begins his explanation. One trace is the standard reanimation magic, the kind the Empire has been refining for years. It's clumsy and predictable, nothing to be truly worried about. But the other trace is different, a sophisticated soul manipulation formula that dates back to the very foundations of the craft. This is high-level magic that should have been extinct. Garrison listens intently as Palamin explains that this means there were actually two necromancers at the scene. One was their pawn, but the other was an unknown variable. The implications are massive, and the mystery of the second caster is now their top priority. They need to know who is operating under their noses. Palamin tells Garrison to listen closely as he brings up the target they've been monitoring. It's the second son of the Rhineland family, a boy everyone thought was a weakling. He leans in, his expression turning serious for the first time since he arrived. He's about to drop a bombshell that will rock the entire Holy Order. Garrison's eyes narrow as he prepares for the reveal, the air in the room growing even colder. He's ready to hunt down whoever this new threat might be. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Klein is surrounded by his young maid Erin and a few other staff members. To them, he's just the master who miraculously won a duel. But beneath that calm, silver-haired exterior lies a power that the church is only beginning to fathom. He looks every bit the innocent heir, but his mind is centuries ahead of them. Palamon finally speaks the truth out loud. Berkel Rhineland is the second necromancer they've been looking for. The secret is out, at least within the highest circles of the order. The scene shifts away from the intrigue of the cathedral and into the dark, rainy night of the Northern Territory. A storm is brewing over the rugged mountains. Deep inside a mine, a pickaxe strikes a crystal vein, sending sparks and shards flying. The miners are working late, unaware of the danger lurking in the tunnels. A lone miner continues his grueling work, his silhouette cast against the cave walls by his flickering lamp. He's focused on the task at hand, his rhythmic striking filling the silence. Suddenly he stops and sighs, feeling a strange presence behind him in the darkness. A massive, shadowy hand with sharp claws looms over him as a low growl vibrates through the air. The miner's eyes go wide as he realizes he's not alone, the sound of a growl echoing through the damp tunnel. He spins around, but the shadow is already upon him. In the dead of night, the mine entrance is bathed in the cold glow of a passing meteor. The storm rages on, burying the screams of those within. Back at the Rhineland Manor, Erin stares at the small cloth doll in her hands, her expression one of utter dread. She realized she's done something she might regret. The doll's face is a crude but unmistakable likeness of Klein, right down to the silver hair. Erin trembles, knowing how much effort she put into this unintended disaster. A week has passed since the trial by combat, and the manor has settled into a new, tense routine. Erin giggles as she shows her creation to a silent, reading Klein. The memory of the duel still lingers, the moment Klein defeated Randall, the supposed champion, using a technique no one expected. He proved himself in the eyes of his family. He also successfully extracted a confession from Count Conwell, using a voice mimicry technique that left everyone stunned. It was a calculated move that cemented his position. By publicly announcing his existence before the Collateral Branch faction, Klein has officially entered the dangerous game of family politics. He is no longer just a ghost in the halls. Klein thought that winning the duel would be enough to finally be recognized by everyone as a legitimate heir. But the reality of his situation is far more complicated. The real problem is that his 15-year-old body lacks the stamina to keep up with his ambitions. He can feel the strain of every move he makes, a constant reminder of his physical limitations. Erin huffs as Klein tells her to go to her room and sleep if she's done playing. He's dismissive, his focus entirely on the book in his hands. Erin protests, calling him mean for always playing by himself while she's trying to be helpful. Klein doesn't even look up, retorting that he's reading, not playing. She insists that since it's just a novel, he's basically just playing. Klein remains stoic, his eyes fixed on the pages as Erin continues her playful nagging. Klein flips a page, the cover of the book looking like any other common novel found in a noble's library. But appearances can be deceiving in the Rhineland Manor. The inside is actually filled with his secret notes on anatomy, magic circuits, and complex spell formations. Every page is a testament to his hidden craft, necromancy. He takes a sip of tea, contemplating his current limitations. He can only summon 11 skeletons at most, which isn't nearly enough for a sustained war. The image of Garrison Birkman flashes in his mind, the fanatical priest who seems ready to exterminate even the slightest trace of a necromancer. He is a primary threat. Klein knows that Birkman already suspects him. He needs to find a way to regain his original power as Archimonde before the church comes looking for him. He ponders how to achieve this without drawing the unwanted attention of his family or the church. He needs a perfect opportunity to practice his magic in secret. His father, Heinkel, presents a report of strange sightings in the family's mine. The parchment shows sketches of distorted, undead-like creatures that have been terrorizing the workers. Heinkel calls them undead, a term that makes Klein's eyes sharpen with interest. This is exactly the kind of situation he can use to his advantage. Without hesitation, Klein declares that he's going to investigate the mine himself. He knows that real combat is the best way to further his research. Heinkel looks at his son with concern, mentioning the reports of casualties and asking if he'll be all right. The boy's newfound confidence is both impressive and worrying. Klein looks his father in the eye and assures him that it won't be a problem. He's already made up his mind, his gaze as cold and steady as a seasoned soldier. He realizes that since the trial, even Heinkel has begun to recognize his capabilities. If there are undead in the mine, they must be related to the force that attacked him before. This isn't just a mission, it's an opportunity. He can finally test his powers in a place where he can be alone, far from prying eyes. A place where he can use necromancy as much as he wants, completely unburdened by the need to hide his true nature. The prospect is exhilarating. Scene transition. Dunkel arrives, smiling as he explains that Heinkel ordered him to accompany Klein for his safety. The presence of the Knight Commander complicates things slightly. Later that night, the two set up camp under a vast, star-filled sky. Dunkel marvels at the view, seemingly enjoying the break from his duties at the manor. Dunkel hands Klein a skewer of grilled meat, telling him to eat while it's still hot. Klein accepts it with a simple thanks, his mind elsewhere. Dunkel watches his young master with a soft smile, his earlier formalities forgotten for a moment. He seems genuinely happy to be on this mission together. Klein looks down at the skewer, realizing that he'll have to do some of the work as well. He's not used to such mundane tasks, but he plays along for now. He stares at the piece of charred meat on his stick, his expression one of mild disappointment. He retorts that Dunkel staying still is already a form of help. Klein reflects on an unexpected fact he learned during this mission so far. Even a Knight Commander has their weaknesses. The realization is that Dunkel, despite his combat skills, is completely useless when it comes to basic survival skills like cooking or hunting. He's a fish out of water. Dunkel laughs nervously, unable to look Klein in the eye as he sits by the fire. He admits he doesn't quite know what to say about his lack of culinary talent. Klein doesn't mind the mediocre food, thinking to himself about the decade he spent running from night orders in his past life. This level of discomfort is nothing to him. He takes a bite of the grilled meat, his face as unreadable as ever. Dunkel sits opposite him, watching the young lord with a newfound curiosity. Dunkel speaks up, his tone turning serious as he says that Klein seems very different from other boys his age. He's noticed the maturity that far exceeds 15 years. He mentions how Klein hid his talent with the sword and showed incredible spirit during the trial. The secrets he keeps are becoming harder to ignore. Dunkel continues, admitting that sometimes he has the strangest thoughts about his young master. He's trying to piece together the enigma that is Berkel Rhineland. He drops a bombshell, suggesting that Klein might actually be the reincarnation of Archimonde. Klein remains perfectly still, his response a heavy, loaded silence. Klein's voice is low and warning as he tells Dunkel never to repeat those words near Father Birkman. Dunkel laughs it off, acknowledging that such a claim would be seen as heresy by the church. Klein looks away, his face partially hidden by his silver bangs as he considers the weight of his former name. To the world, Archimonde was a devil who turned millions into an undead legion. Between them, the campfire crackles softly, the only source of warmth in the desolate, high-altitude terrain. The flames suddenly flare up, whipped into a frenzy by an unnatural gust of wind that carries the scent of decay. Dunkel pauses with his skewer in hand, eyes searching the surrounding trees for the source of the sudden draft. He wonders aloud if it's just a change in the weather. Klein's expression is grim as he denies it, sensing a presence that the Knight Commander hasn't yet realized is there. "Never ever speak of that subject again," Klein commands, his eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying intensity that silences the night. Dunkel stares at him, sweat beading on his brow as he feels a sudden, overwhelming pressure emanating from the young boy. A piercing scream shatters the silence, followed by the sharp clang of metal striking metal in the distance. Dunkel is on his feet in an instant, his hand on his sword hilt as he peers into the darkness. The night is shattered by a sudden, blood-curdling scream echoing through the village. Pure chaos breaks out as the dead begin to rise from the shadows, and the living are forced into a desperate race for their lives. These undead are fast and vicious, chasing down the townspeople with a hunger that doesn't quit. In the middle of the carnage, a sharp gaze cuts through the dark, eyes glowing with a cold, focused light. Dunkel dives into the thick of it, his blade a blur of gold as he carves through the crowd of monsters. He isn't holding anything back. He clears a path and immediately looks back, shouting for the young master in a moment of genuine concern. But Klein has it under control, finishing off a creature with a strike that pulses with a dark purple mana. The boy looks completely unfazed by the blood and gore, casually asking his knight what the problem is. Dunkel doesn't push it. He just nods and commands the men to focus on saving the surviving villagers. A heavy blow slams home, crushing an undead's head against the pavement with a brutal force. Once the immediate threat is dealt with, the survivors ask who their saviors are. Dunkel introduces Klein as the second young lord of the Rhineland family. The name carries weight, but Dunkel stays mission-oriented, asking the villagers exactly when these things started appearing. He looks over the remains, realizing the reanimation magic here is the same kind used on the ones who attacked them in the forest. One villager reveals that people have been disappearing for 2 months, ever since access to the mines was restricted. It's been a slow-motion tragedy. Klein stands to the side, his expression unreadable as he listens to the man's story. He seems to be calculating something. Suddenly, another man lunges forward and grabs the boy, demanding to know if he's actually a Rhineland. He's shaking Klein with a desperate intensity, while Dunkel tries to pull him off before things get out of hand. The man yells that they begged for help for months and got nothing, and now only 2 people show up to ask questions. His frustration is boiling over. Klein doesn't even flinch. He just stares at the bodies on the ground with a chillingly detached gaze. The man breaks down, pointing at one of the corpses Klein just killed. It was his father, a man who worked himself to death in the mines. He collapses in the middle of the street, crying out and asking why they have to suffer through this nightmare. Klein looks down at him with those cold eyes, offering no comfort and no apology. He just stands there watching. High above, the distorted voices of the dead begin to swirl and whisper, reaching out to the only one who can hear them. Klein finally speaks, his voice low and sharp as he looks the grieving man in the eye. He's done being patient. He tells him to shut up, bluntly asking why he's being blamed for a mess he didn't create. It's a harsh reality check. The villager is stunned into silence, a single tear frozen on his face as he stares at the boy's lack of empathy. Klein points out that he wasn't the one who turned their families into monsters, so they should direct their anger at the right target. Dunkel tries to step in to handle things, but Klein's hand begins to glow with a brilliant, swirling blue light. Dunkel stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide as Klein begins an ancient command to the innocent spirits who died in pain. It's a ritual chant, a promise to light a path for the lost souls to finally find their way. The atmosphere changes instantly. Suddenly, the corpses in the square begin to glow with that same ghostly blue energy, twitching as the magic takes hold. Klein declares his name to the heavens, promising to uphold the final will of the departed. He sounds like a true archimond. He stands at the center of the surging mana, performing a technique that most people have only heard of in legends. Wisps of blue light start to peel away from the rotting bodies, shedding their physical torment once and for all. The entire village is illuminated as a massive swarm of spirits rises into the night sky like a ghostly fountain. The spirits look down with peaceful expressions, finally freed from the dark magic that bound them. They're finally themselves again. They whisper back to Klein in a long-forgotten tongue, their words etched into the very air around him. It's a heavy secret. He listens to their final pleas and gives a small, somber nod, telling them he understands perfectly. He's taking their burden. Dunkel is completely floored, realizing he's just witnessed soul resonance, a legendary feat of necromancy. It's a technique that hasn't been seen since the Northern Plague 200 years ago, and seeing a child use it is terrifying. The young man from before can only watch in awe as his father's spirit drifts upward, finally at peace. With one final flash of light, the spirit dissipates, leaving the village in a heavy, contemplative silence. The ordeal is over, but the questions are just beginning. The sky is filled with a ghostly blue light, as the spirits of the villagers finally leave their physical shells behind. It's a hauntingly beautiful sight that leaves everyone watching in a stunned, respectful silence. High above, the full moon watches over the scene as the last wisps of spiritual energy dissipate into the night air. The weight of the undead presence that had been suffocating the village is finally gone. Klein and Dunkel start walking again, their boots crunching on the dry ground as they leave the village square. The silence between them is heavy, thick with the unsaid questions of a knight who just saw something impossible. They move through the rocky terrain under the starlight, two solitary figures heading toward the mines. Klein leads the way with a calm confidence, while Dunkel follows a few paces behind, his eyes fixed on the boy's back. In a flashback to their earlier conversation, the villager points toward the mountain path, explaining that the mine lies just down that way. It's a grim reminder of where this nightmare originated. Dunkel finally breaks the silence, his voice low and cautious as he asks Klein exactly what he was discussing with the spirits during the ritual. He knows it was more than just a simple farewell. Klein keeps walking, his face obscured by the shadows as he tells Dunkel it wasn't anything significant. He sounds dismissive, as if performing a legendary ritual was just another chore. He eventually admits that the spirits thanked him for helping them find peace after months of torment. But then, his tone shifts as he adds a chilling detail. He looks back over his shoulder, telling Dunkel that the souls were also begging him to take revenge on the one who did this to them. The air around him seems to turn even colder. Dunkel stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he repeats the word revenge under his breath. The realization of what Klein is capable of is finally starting to sink in. In a split-second flashback, Dunkel recalls his own theory, that Klein might actually be the reincarnation of the legendary Necromancer Archimonde. It's a thought that now seems more like a terrifying reality than a wild guess. Suddenly a blade rings out as it's drawn from its scabbard, the moonlight reflecting off the polished steel. Dunkel isn't taking chances anymore. He needs answers, and he needs them now. Dunkel points his sword directly at Klein's back, his expression grim and determined. He demands to know who the boy truly is, because there's no way the frail second young lord could possess such ancient and terrifying power. Dunkel looks at the kid and wonders if this is really Lord Klein. The young master had been locked away in a monastery for 7 years, but now he's finally back. Everyone is whispering about him, calling himself Archimonde, but the knight captain finds something else even more unsettling. It's that cold, empty gaze. It's hard to believe a kid could look like that. Then things started to go south. A dead cat turned up in the kitchen, and it didn't take long for the staff to start panicking. Then another one was found in the garden, and a third the very next day. In the end, 7 cats were dead. The whispers turned into outright accusations. People were convinced the boy brought a curse with him. But Klein didn't seem to care. He just spent his time staring out the window, ignoring everything around him. Dunkel tells himself there's no way a kid this young is actually some legendary devil. But even he has to admit something feels off. Later that night, a sound echoes through the quiet halls. A lantern flickers in the dark. Dunkel spots the young master sneaking out alone. He wonders where the boy could possibly be going at this hour. He follows at a distance, watching the light bounce through the trees. The captain keeps his hand close to his sword. The trail leads them straight into the middle of the cemetery. A raven screams as they move past the headstones. Dunkel stops, confused. Why would a child come here? The fog makes it hard to see what he's actually doing. He decides to get a closer look. He finds Klein sitting on the ground, surrounded by the carcasses of the dead cats. Dunkel is horrified, but Klein just looks up and says he's performing funeral rites. The knight can't believe what he's seeing. Funeral rites. Klein explains that the animals died from an infectious disease. He points out the lesions, saying it'll only spread more if the bodies are left out in the open. Dunkel tries to tell him it'll ruin his hands, and they should call for help. But the boy just keeps working. He says someone has to do it regardless. Dunkel has seen enough. He draws his sword and points it at the kid's back, demanding to know who he really is. Klein doesn't even flinch. He just asks if the captain remembers their ancestors' teachings. It is one's actions, not their roots, that define a being. He reminds Dunkel that those words are the reason a peasant like him could become a knight captain. And it's why Klein is still standing here today. He tells the knight to make a choice. Since he's the one who spends the most time with him, he's the only one who can decide. If he truly believes the boy is Archimonde, he should strike him down right now. The blade stays level for a long, tense moment. Finally, Dunkel lowers his weapon. He admits he hasn't made up his mind yet. But he makes one thing clear. The one he serves is Klein, the second young master of the family. He's not serving some atrocious devil from the history books. Klein just shrugs off the knight's words with a cold thanks as they stare into the dark cave ahead. A torch flares to life, cutting through the heavy gloom of the mine. Skulls litter the ground, some cracked and long forgotten among the debris. The whole place is a graveyard, a literal mountain of bones stretching deep into the shadows. The stench of rot is thick enough to choke on, but Klein just nods like he's used to the smell. Suddenly, shadows start twitching in the distance. The dead are moving. Klein doesn't hesitate, his hands glowing with a ghostly blue light as he calls out to the spirits. He doesn't just raise skeletons, he wraps them in mana flesh, turning brittle bones into killing machines. Dunkel can't believe his eyes. He's never seen necromancy used quite like this. With a single word, Klein sends his new army charging straight into the fray. The mana-enhanced skeletons smash into the hostile, undead with terrifying force. It's a complete slaughter, as the mindless zombies are torn apart by the summons. These skeletons aren't just flailing, they're fighting with the precision of trained soldiers. Dunkel is baffled by their strength, but Klein just finds it annoying that anyone would be surprised by something so basic. The skeletons continue to tear through the opposition, leaving nothing but dust and gore behind. Dunkel takes point, urging the young master to follow him deeper into the tunnels. But the sounds of shifting bones and dragging feet start echoing from every corner of the cave. There's at least 40 of them closing in. They're completely surrounded. Klein just reaches out again, his palm burning with that eerie blue flame. He strikes the ground, the mana snaking out to seize control of the enemy's own forces. Dunkel realizes what's happening. The boy is stealing the undead right out from under the enemy's nose. To Klein, this is just a standard move when two necromancers go head-to-head. He decides this small army is finally enough to actually start their mission. A scream echoes through the tunnels, cutting through the silence of the cave. Klein orders his vanguard to push forward, while he and Dunkel keep pace right behind them. They sprint through the darkness, following the sound of the desperate cry. The skeletons act as a shield, hacking down any monsters that get too close to them. Blue light flashes as they carve a path through the heart of the mine. Klein keeps barking orders, managing his rearguard like a seasoned general. Every enemy in their path is crushed instantly by the sheer force of the summons. Dunkel watches them work, his mind racing. Skeletons are supposed to be bottom-tier trash. But these things move with a fluid, lethal grace that makes no sense to him. It's not just a mob, it's an actual, disciplined military unit. Blood begins to drip from the ceiling as they reach a support pillar deeper in. In minutes, they've wiped out a force 4 times their size without even breaking a sweat. Dunkel is stunned, but Klein just tells him the undead are done. From here on, it's just the 2 of them. He looks back, reminding the knight that he promised to believe in him until the end. They move deeper into the heart of the mine, where the air gets even colder. A drop of blood splashes onto Dunkel's cheek. He asks how much further this nightmare goes. That's when he hears it, a faint, desperate voice calling out from the dark. Dunkel shouts into the gloom, desperate to find the source of the human voice. They find a man slumped against the wall, covered in blood and barely hanging on. A broken man hangs from the ceiling, his voice barely a whisper as he begs for the sweet release of death. Dunkel is frozen in horror as he scans the room, realizing these are the missing villagers from the reports, now being used as live batteries for reanimation magic. Heavy footsteps echo through the stone chamber as a mocking voice drifts from the shadows, acknowledging that Klein already knows this dark art well. Out of the gloom steps Pale, a woman in black lace with long red hair, explaining with chilling calm that high-quality reanimation requires a massive quantity of bodies. Klein's eye narrows as he listens. To her, this isn't a crime. It's just the basic knowledge shared between those on the path of the dead. The woman lowers her hood, her crimson eyes fixed on the young boy with an intensity that suggests she sees through his disguise. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she greets him not as a young master, but as the devil of the continent, the legendary Lord Archimonde. Klein doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, his cold gaze meeting hers in the stifling air of the chamber. For a moment, the memory of a simpler time flickers through his mind. Aaron's small hand reaching out with a simple chocolate chip cookie. It feels like a lifetime ago that he stood in the grand arena, receiving praise for a hard-fought victory in the trial by combat. Back then, his only concern was changing out of his dusty clothes, while Aaron happily munched on her snacks as they left. But even then, there were eyes on him, shadows watching from the corners of the palace as he walked. Leia had been tracking them, hiding herself away as she wondered why she felt so intimidated by a boy half her size. She leaned against the stone wall, her heart pounding as she tried to understand the strange pressure radiating from the young master. In this world, the term necromancer carries a heavy, ancient weight, derived from words meaning the divination of the dead. They were once seekers of truth, but after that day, the two paths of life and death were severed, leaving only terror. History is stained by the Archimonde incident, a catastrophe where tens of millions of restless dead swarmed across the continent like a plague. The carnage only ended when the hero, Berkel Rhineland, finally managed to strike down the master of the dead himself. In the aftermath, many sought to reclaim that lost power, but they only ever managed to research the surface of reanimation magic. Modern necromancers have been reduced to second-rate magicians, raising mindless husks that are but a shadow of the old grand armies. But Pale clearly thinks she is an exception to that rule, her presence filling the vast cavern with a suffocating, dark pressure. She stands alone against the two men, a bird's-eye view revealing the vast gap between her and the intruders. Dunkel is sweating, his hand gripping his hilt as he tries to process the name she just used and the staggering amount of mana he feels. Red light begins to spill from Pale's body, churning through the air like a localized storm of blood and shadow. She's imbuing her magic directly into her robes, a feat of mana control that few outside of master mages can accomplish. Dunkel draws his blade, warning the woman never to call his young master by a name as foul as Archimonde. Pale just giggles, her laughter echoing off the walls as she mockingly apologizes for being rude to the young master of Rhineland. She isn't fooled. She can feel the unfamiliar magi radiating from Klein, the unmistakable mark of a true necromancer. Her eyes drop to the blade in Klein's hand, her expression shifting from amusement to deep, professional disdain. To her, the fact that a necromancer would even bother to use a sword is proof of how far the modern world has strayed from the path. Dunkel has heard enough, demanding to know who put her up to this and what she intends to do with the stolen villagers. Pale ignores him, declaring that a true necromancer relies on no tools, for they are the ones who command souls and control death. She speaks with a fanatical devotion, her mouth opening to release a concentrated burst of red mana. The red energy lashes out, snaking around the suspended villagers like hungry vines, binding them together in a grotesque web. Screams rip through the cave as the magic begins to physically tear into the people, merging their flesh into something new. The man who begged for death is the first to be consumed, his identity lost as he becomes part of the writhing, multi-faced mass. A dozen voices cry out in a dissonant chorus of agony as the transformation reaches its peak in the center of the room. Pale's smile widens into something truly monstrous as she prepares to unveil the fruit of her dark labor. She condenses her power into a single, lightless sphere, promising to show them the real meaning of true necromancy. With a flick of her wrist, she slams the energy into the pile of corpses, catalyzing the final stage of the ritual. This is her masterpiece, the culmination of a lifetime of forbidden research and countless human sacrifices. A colossal hand made of stitched-together limbs slams onto the stone floor with the weight of a falling mountain. Dunkel is shaken to his core, never having seen such a grotesque and powerful monstrosity even on the bloodiest battlefields. His eyes widen in disbelief as he begins to identify the towering horror standing before them. A massive, multi-eyed undead cyclops looms over the chamber, its body a stitched-together nightmare of bloated flesh and twitching limbs. Pale gazes up at her creation with a twisted, motherly affection, whispering sweet apologies for keeping its power restrained for so long. Her crimson eyes sharpen as she issues a single, cold command to her masterpiece: crush the intruders into a bloody pulp. The Cyclops obeys instantly, its massive foot slamming down with enough force to shatter the stone floor. The creature's deafening roar shakes the very foundations of the cavern as it charges toward the two men with terrifying speed. Dunkel is caught off guard, barely able to track the movement of the hulking giant as it closes the distance in a heartbeat. Thinking only of his duty, Dunkel throws himself in front of Klein, shouting a frantic warning for the young master to get back. Klein stands motionless, his hand outstretched as if to meet the oncoming storm of flesh and bone. Dunkel's eye twitches as he prepares for the impact, his protective instincts overriding his own mounting terror. Dunkel is sent flying back by the shockwave, his eyes fixed on Klein as he calls out in a desperate panic. The boy is caught in the direct line of the Cyclops' strike, a grunt of pain escaping him as the air is forced from his lungs. The monster's fist hits the ground where Klein is standing. It throws the little master against the wall. As the dust settles, Klein remains standing, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark mana that shielded him from the brunt of the blow. A thin trickle of blood runs from his mouth, but his expression remains as cold and detached as ever. The Cyclops stands tall, its multiple eyes glowing with a mindless hunger as it looks down at the boy who dared to survive. The creature raises its massive foot once more, the sound of its movement cutting through the silence of the chamber. It prepares to stomp the small figure into the earth, the sheer size of the foot dwarfing the young noble below. The blow is intercepted midair as a shadow flashes across the scene, a spray of dark blood painting the ground. Dunkel has returned to the fray, his face contorted in a snarl of rage as he delivers a punishing strike to the monster's leg. He leaps into the air, his blade carving through the air as he declares that no one will lay a finger on his young master. Klein watches the knight's reckless bravery, his own gaze unreadable as he softly murmurs Dunkel's name. Pale's eyes narrow, her confident smirk faltering for the first time as she realizes this fight won't be as simple as she anticipated. Dunkel lands a heavy strike right on the beast's chest. He pulls back, breathing hard but keeping his eyes locked on the target. Pale starts clapping from the shadows, mocking his effort with a smug look. The massive wound on the creature just squelches and closes up instantly. She tells him he can't even leave a scratch on her masterpiece. Dunkel watches in total shock as the monster's leg starts growing back right in front of him. The giant Cyclops swings a massive, fleshy arm through the air. Dunkel grits his teeth, remembering how Klein risked everything to save him despite having no mana. He throws himself back into the fight, determined to protect his young master. He feels like an idiot for ever suspecting someone this brave of being the evil Archimonde. He launches a flurry of glowing strikes, carving deep into the creature's hide. The monster let out a deafening roar, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Dunkel screams as he pours every last bit of strength into his blade. It's no use. The wounds just ripple and knit back together with a disgusting wet sound. He's frustrated, realizing his attacks aren't doing anything to stop the regeneration. A massive impact sends a shockwave of dust and debris flying. Dunkel tries to stay light on his feet as the monster keeps pressing. He leaps high over the beast, looking for any kind of opening. He decides the only way to end this is to take the creature's head off. He swings his sword down with everything he's got. This time his blade is heading straight for the giant eye on the monster's head. Dunkel's eyes widen as he realizes his strike couldn't reach its weak point, just as he is swatted away by its giant hand. The Cyclops swats him out of the air like he's nothing. The hit sends him spiraling through the cave. Dunkel is slammed hard into the stone wall, the impact cracking the rock. Dust fills the air as the wall crumbles around him. He collapses to the ground, unconscious and covered in blood. Pale watches with a twisted look of satisfaction. She spent her life experimenting on countless bodies to create this monster. She's finally made a variant that she thinks is untouchable. To her, this is the ultimate proof of her innate talent. She breaks into a manic laugh that echoes through the mine. She screams that even the legendary Archimonde couldn't have made something this perfect. Her eyes are wide with a crazed, obsessed energy. She's convinced she surpassed the knowledge of the greatest necromancer to ever live. But then Klein just stands up and brushes himself off. He starts lecturing her on the core connection point like it's a basic lesson. Pale stops laughing, staring at him in total confusion. He explains that the core is the only thing keeping the monster regenerating. He tells her that hacking at the limbs like Dunkel did is just a waste of time. Klein wipes a bit of blood from his mouth, his eyes glowing with a cold, purple light. He explains that a Cyclops' core moves around to avoid being destroyed. Klein explains that the core constantly wanders through the body, moving just like blood flowing through veins. Pale smirks, claiming it's impossible to find because it never stays in one place. She looks at her creation with pride, calling it the masterpiece she dedicated her whole life to. She tells him that in the face of true talent, he's absolutely nothing. She gives the order to crush him, and the monster's massive foot comes stomping down. The beast lets out a roar that shakes the cavern as it looms over the young heir. Talent, hearing that word, just makes Klein think back to his old life. He remembers slicing through hundreds and hundreds of these things back then. The sensation of tracking a moving core is still as vivid as if it happened yesterday. He doesn't even hesitate, he just moves with perfect precision. Pale's eyes go wide as she realizes he's already found the vital spot. A single glowing purple slash tears right through the center of the monster. The massive creature is sliced clean in half, its body already starting to crumble into dust. The golden core at the center of its chest finally shatters under the pressure. Everything Pale believed about her genius starts to fall apart along with her creation. A massive explosion of light signals the total destruction of her masterpiece. Pale is left trembling and sweating, her mind unable to process how easily her life's work was destroyed. Klein looks down at her with glowing cyan eyes, telling her she should probably take up a new hobby in her next life. He stands there with a cold smirk, the true power of the ancient necromancer on full display. They say death is like falling asleep, a way for the body to finally drop the heavy weight of living. Pale wakes up with a gasp, her eyes snapping wide open in the dark. She finds herself sitting on a surface of dark, rippling water that splashes under her hands. Looking up, she sees rows of dark, stone-like structures hanging suspended in a vast, empty void. She scrambles to her feet, demanding to know where on earth she's ended up. Klein's voice cuts through the silence, coldly informing her that she's in the afterlife. Pale laughs it off as nonsense, her voice echoing through the strange space. Klein stands before her in full skeletal armor, towering over her with a massive scythe in hand. He looks down at her and asks if they should finally get started. The realization starts to sink in, and Pale begins to break out in a cold sweat. He tells her this judgment is being carried out in the name of Archimonde. Hearing that name makes Pale's heart stop. She can't believe what she's hearing. To any necromancer, Archimonde is more than just a name. He's the textbook of their craft and a living disaster from history. The man who led an army of millions and turned the world into a graveyard. Klein is the image of that legend come to life, the undisputed king of necromancers. Pale is frozen, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. He commands her to come closer, and her body starts moving entirely against her will. He starts listing off her sins, how she kidnapped and tortured innocent people for her experiments. She treated human lives like disposable tools, just to satisfy her own desires. Pale becomes hysterical, screaming that it's impossible since Archimonde died 2 centuries ago. Her hand begins to rot and blacken right in front of her face. Klein points out that since she loved using the dead as tools, she'll become one now. He decides her time is up and calls forth a shower of coffins from the darkness. One of the heavy lids creaks open, revealing an empty, dark interior waiting for her. She doesn't even have time to react before something yanks her feet out from under her. She's pulled upward, kicking and screaming as she loses all control. Pale begs for a moment, terrified of what it means to become his tool. She's desperate, her voice cracking as the realization of her fate hits her. She's thrown headfirst into the coffin, letting out one last scream. The lid slams shut with a heavy thud, sealing her inside the darkness. Klein looks down at the coffin and asks if she's really that afraid of dying. He tells her to rest easy and raises his scythe high above his head. With a massive swing, he promises they'll meet again very soon. Pale lets out a final, agonizing cry as her vision goes dark. Back in the physical world, the dust and smoke of the mine begin to settle. Her eye snaps open, and for a second she thinks the whole thing was just a bad dream. Dunkel is standing nearby, staring at something on the ground with pure disbelief. He looks down and sees her head just lying there on the floor, severed from her body, yet she still hasn't died. Dunkel can't even process what's happening as Klein stares down at the heretic. He's blown away that the young master managed to pull all of this off on his own. Klein tells Dunkel it's time to start, while Pale's head continues to squirm and panic. She's losing it, screaming into the empty mine, wondering how any of this is possible. Klein looks down at the head, asking Pale if she's finally coming to her senses. He leans in closer, telling her she really needs to understand the gravity of her situation. Pale is trembling, her eyes wide with fear as she stares back at him. Her eyes swim with dizziness as she sees the spectral shadow of Archimonde beginning to manifest, and she realizes that this very voice belongs to Archimonde himself. The legendary Necromancer stares her down, reminding her that he said they would meet again. Pale's world shatters as she realizes the terrifying rumors about Klein might actually be true. She tries to scream his name, but he's already pressing a finger to her lips. He silences her with a cold look, telling her to keep it down. He gets straight to the point. He needs information, and he needs it now. He wants to know who sent her to the north, how many others are involved, and what their ultimate goal is. He gives her an ultimatum: cooperate and get a painless death, or refuse and suffer. He threatens her with eternal life in her current decapitated state if she doesn't talk. Pale looks up in horror, the thought of being stuck like this forever breaking her resolve. Klein leans over her, mockingly asking how long she thinks she can last before she starts talking. Dunkel finishes recording every word of the interrogation, shutting his notebook with a snap. Klein sits back on a rock, satisfied that they've finally gotten everything they needed. He stands up and prepares to head out, saying he's sick of being inside this mine. Pale's head starts to panic, asking him what's going to happen to her now that she's talked. She reminds him that she followed his orders and told him everything. Klein just gives her a dark smirk, remembering the promise he made earlier. For a split second, Pale is relieved, thinking she might finally be allowed to die. But Klein starts gathering mana, his eyes glowing with a sinister, pale light. He tells her not to worry, because he always makes sure to keep his promises. He casually informs her that she just needs to hold out for about a week. Suddenly, a swarm of large, brown cockroaches begins to scurry out from the shadows of the cave. He tells her that these insects will be the ones responsible for killing her. Pale screams as the bugs swarm toward her, unable to move or defend herself. The beetles crawl all over her face, the sound of their munching echoing through the cavern. Klein looks back one last time with a cold, triumphant smile. He thanks her for being such a useful tool, as the swarm completely covers her face. Leaving the horror behind, the two of them walk out of the dark mine and into the light. Back at the Rhineland estate, the morning sun is shining over the massive, ornate mansion. Duke Heinkel sits in his office, carefully reading through the report Klein brought back. He's troubled by the news that the Empire and the Holy Order are involved in such dark business. Klein stands before his father, confirming that the situation is exactly as he documented it. He explains that there were over 150 undead in the mine, including several test subjects. He adds that the nobles who should be handling this are far too caught up in their own power struggles. Heinkel turns to Berkman and orders him to dispatch the night order to those locations immediately. Berkman asks if they should also request reinforcements from the border to be safe. Heinkel tells him to send a letter, figuring any action is better than doing nothing at all. Klein tells his father he just got lucky, crediting Dunkel for keeping him alive through the ordeal. He's relieved they've decided to keep the necromancy a secret for now, but only if Dunkel can keep his mouth shut. Heinkel reaches into his desk and tells Klein to take what he's offering. He explains that after such a successful mission, there's no need for minor tasks anymore. He presents the token of a Rhineland knight, a striking dark wolf emblem. He tells Klein that he will start as an apprentice knight, though he admits the reward might be small given his deeds. Klein pins the token to his suit with a smirk, saying it's more than enough for him. Heinkel looks at his son, seemingly pleased with his humble but confident response. He tells Klein to go and get some well-deserved rest after his long journey. Klein bows politely and leaves the office, the door clicking shut behind him. Back in the office, Heinkel goes over the report again, shocked by the sheer number of undead in the mine. Berkman, a slim elder butler with silver hair and a monocle, expresses his own disbelief at the details of the mission. Heinkel tells him to send a letter to his brother, declaring that the genius he's been looking for is right here. Klein walks through the mansion's halls, a confident stride in his step as he looks at his new badge. He reflects on the fact that the Knight's Station is a classified military zone, making it much safer for him. Even a powerful man like Garrison won't be able to just barge in there without proper authorization. He knows Garrison still suspects him, but he's determined to restore the glory of the Rhineland family. His resolve is set. He will bring this family back to its former status, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out as someone sprints toward him from the end of the corridor. Erin, his energetic maid, tackles him with such force that they both slam into the wall. Klein groans in pain, certain that she's managed to break several of his vertebrae. Erin huffs with her arms crossed, though the crumbs on her mouth give away that she's been snacking. She tells him to head to the kitchen for more snacks, but then remembers why she was looking for him. She urgently warns him that Priest Garrison Bierman has just arrived at the mansion. Klein doesn't waste a second, his feet hitting the floor as he bolts in the opposite direction. His heart pounds against his ribs, his mind filled with dread at the mention of the priest's name. He remembers the brutal battles and the purifications he was forced to endure at the man's hands. Garrison's towering form and the massive scar on his face loom in Klein's memory like a nightmare. The priest's voice echoes in his head, telling him that he's been eagerly waiting for their next meeting. Garrison's menacing expression is burned into his mind, a reminder of the torture he calls a ritual. Flashback to when Klein was just a young boy. Outside, a servant shouts at the top of his lungs, calling for the young master to show himself. A whole group of estate workers is spread out across the grounds, searching every path and thicket. They worry that they haven't seen a single sign of him, and time is running out. One servant notes that the purification ritual is supposed to start soon, and Garrison is losing his patience. Klein huddles high up in a tree, peering down through the thick leaves as the servants search below. He shudders at the thought of being caught and hung up naked by Garrison again for another ritual. He watches from his hiding spot as the workers eventually decide to head back toward the mansion. Hours pass, and the night sky fills with stars as the forest grows quiet and cold. Klein finally succumbs to his exhaustion, leaning against the tree trunk and falling fast asleep. He wakes up with a start, panic surging through him as he realizes he's been out for a long time. The moonlight illuminates the forest, and everything is eerily still around his hiding spot. Deciding it's safe to move, he starts to climb down from the high branch to head back. But as he reaches the lower branches, he freezes, his eyes wide with pure shock. He's completely surrounded by a pack of massive northern grizzly bears that have gathered at the base of the tree. The northern grizzly bear is a terrifying apex predator, perfectly adapted to the harsh conditions of the snowy north. They are notorious for their extreme aggression and the cruel efficiency with which they hunt their prey. Their massive claws are evolved for the sole purpose of shredding and deboning flesh. Crouched high in the tree, Klein realizes that without his necromancy, he's nothing more than a convenient snack for the predators below. He has no choice but to stay perfectly still and wait for them to lose interest. The freezing northern wind bites at his skin, making it harder and harder to maintain his grip on the branch. He curses the weather, feeling the cold seep into his very bones. He thinks back to his previous life as Archimonde, when he commanded an army of skeletons and gave everything for the northerners who died so unfairly. It's a bitter irony that he was reborn into the very family of the man who ended his life on that battlefield. The face of his killer, Berkel Rhineland, still haunts his memories. Even in this new life, he finds himself living like a fugitive, running from those who should be his allies. He remembers the servants and the priest searching for him, forcing him into this desperate situation. He lets out a long, weary sigh, his breath turning into a white mist in the freezing night air. He pulls his arms tighter around himself, trying to preserve whatever warmth is left in his small body. In his mind, he hears the shouts of the people who once hunted him, calling out for Archimonde with bloodlust in their voices. They were determined to catch the cursed Necromancer at any cost. He can almost hear them whispering about how cursed and evil he was, their faces hidden in the shadows of the past. The darkness of those memories seems to blend into the night surrounding him. Alone in the dark, curled into a ball on the tree branch, he mutters to himself about how freezing it is. He looks small and vulnerable against the vast, star-studded sky. He closes his eyes for a moment, the exhaustion and the cold finally becoming too much for him to bear. His vision blurs as he begins to drift into an uneasy sleep. A massive figure stands in the moonlight, carrying the small, unconscious boy on his back. It's Garrison Bierman, his priest robes dark against the snow. He walks with a steady, purposeful stride. Garrison notices the boy stirring and asks in a calm, surprisingly gentle voice if the young lord is finally awake. The menacing aura he usually carries seems to have vanished for the moment. Klein's eyes snap open as he realizes who is carrying him. He panics, wondering for a split second if he's actually died and ended up in hell. Garrison just chuckles at the boy's dramatic reaction. Klein remembers the grizzly bears that were surrounding the tree and asks about them. Garrison dismisses the threat easily, telling him not to worry because he already took care of the predators. Behind them, the massive bears lie unconscious and steaming in the snow. Klein tells the priest to put him down, snapping that he'd rather die than be carried by him. His face is flushed with a mix of anger and the fever that's taking hold of his body. Garrison ignores the protest, telling him he's burning up with a fever and needs to stay still. Klein asks why he even bothered to save him, since he was sure the priest wanted him dead more than anyone else. Garrison goes quiet for a moment, his expression becoming thoughtful as he looks toward the path ahead. The usual harshness in his eyes is replaced by something more contemplative. He looks up at the crescent moon hanging in the dark, starry sky. He muses that a star does not create its own darkness. It simply exists and shines from wherever it happens to be. Garrison stands tall against the night, his voice low as he continues his philosophical thought. He believes that the essence of a star is just to shine, regardless of the darkness around it. He looks down at the cub-like bears he spared, nodding that a young life is much the same. They don't truly know right from wrong yet. They are simply acting according to their nature. His gaze turns sharp and serious as he speaks about the future of a young being. He believes he has no right to cut off that potential before it has a chance to truly manifest. Klein looks up at the man, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and shock. He remains silent, unable to reconcile this side of the priest with the man who has been tormenting him with his purifications. Garrison's face looms over a younger, sweating Klein. He cannot understand how a man like this could be the one forcing him through those purification rituals. Garrison's mouth curls into a grim line. If this kid ever grows up to be the darkness itself, the real Archimonde he's been hunting, then things are going to get ugly. Young Klein stares back, paralyzed by the weight of the priest's words. A single leaf clings to a bare, winter-worn branch as the wind picks up. The leaf finally gives way, crumbling into dust before it even hits the ground. Garrison's final warning is clear: watch your back. Back in the present, Garrison stands tall in the estate hallway. He makes it personal. He'll be the one to finish the job with his own 2 hands. He cracks a small, scarred smile. It's been a long time since they last saw each other like this. Klein doesn't look happy to see him. He keeps his voice steady, acknowledging the man who practically haunted his childhood. Garrison explains he had some urgent business at the Order, but he didn't come back empty-handed. He pulls out a cross-shaped vial filled with swirling red liquid, an interesting gift from an old friend. Klein's heart skips a beat. He recognizes that stuff as ectoplasm, and he's terrified it might be picking up on his demonic energy right now. Garrison recalls the forest attack. He handled one necromancer personally, but the device tells a different story. He steps forward, his heavy boot thudding against the floor. The device didn't just pick up one trace in that forest. Klein breaks into a cold sweat as the priest delivers the kicker. There were 2 of them out there. Deep inside, Klein can hear his own heart pounding like a drum. The pressure is unlike anything he's felt, a swirling vortex of mana and sheer presence. His pulse is racing, every instinct screaming at him to move. Archmonde's ancient intuition is ringing alarm bells. This guy is a genuine threat. Klein weighs his options. He could try to copy Garrison's techniques, but he's holding a vial of essence that could expose him. It's a losing game. He's just started building up his combat experience, and Garrison is a seasoned monster. Trying to take him on is suicide. Garrison isn't interested in waiting. He demands that Klein perform necromancy right here, right now. He offers a chance out of respect for their history. If it's just basic corpse control, maybe he'll just report it and move on. But his eyes narrow. If Klein is using the original soul-manipulating arts, the ones used by that man, then the deal is off. There's no escaping death if that's the case. Klein stares him down, refusing to flinch. Flashbacks of the original Archmonde's bloody end flicker through his mind. People wanted him dead just for being who he was. Klein hides a small, bitter smile. This guy spent years purifying him with water torture, and now he's back for more. He tells Garrison it's actually kind of funny. He's heard that exact same future of children line before. He remembers his past life, when he didn't quite grasp what those words really meant. Archmonde once believed that no one had the right to crush a young being's potential. He realizes Garrison isn't acting out of pure malice. He's just following his own twisted version of justice. In his old life, he died because he was a loser who couldn't protect himself. But he's not that man anymore. He's not going to just kneel and take it. Klein's fist clenches as he calls Garrison's brand of justice bullshit. So he demands that he perform necromancy. Will he kill him if he turns out to be Archmonde? Klein's resolve hardens. He's done running from his past. He'll be the one to decide who he becomes, starting today. Garrison's eye twitches, sensing the shift in the boy's demeanor. He sighs, deciding he has no other choice but to force the truth out. He lunges forward, dropping the vial as he prepares to make his move. A massive fist comes barreling toward Klein's face at high speed. Klein's mind is racing. He has to dodge this or it's over before it starts. He throws himself to the side, just as Garrison's punch cuts through the air where his head was a split second ago. He lands in a low crouch, bracing himself. Just once, if he can survive just one exchange, he might have a shot. Klein focuses everything on his survival. He just needs to pull off a dodge one time. He throws himself to the side as Garrison's fist shatters the air behind him. Garrison is caught off guard. He didn't expect the kid to actually move that fast. A surge of triumph hits Klein as he realizes he actually did it. The floor explodes under the force of the punch, shattering Garrison's holy flasks and spilling that red ectoplasm everywhere. The nearby servants scream in terror as the hallway turns into a war zone. Everyone is losing their minds, unable to believe a priest is straight up attacking their young lord. Klein reaches for the sword at his hip, if he attacks while the priest is distracted by the cloud of dust. His eyes go wide in shock as he realizes something is wrong. Garrison is standing there casually holding Klein's own sword, asking if the boy was looking for it. Klein reaches for his hip only to find his scabbard empty. In a flash of movement, Garrison had disarmed him before he even realized what was happening. The priest looms over him, mocking the idea of a necromancer trying to use a sword. Garrison makes it clear that he's done playing games. He's going for the kill right then and there. Another massive strike is coming, and this time Klein is wide open. He stares up at the looming shadow, his heart hammering against his ribs. A massive explosion of light and sound rocks the entire mansion. The impact is so intense it starts tearing the hallway's structure apart. Debris and dust fill the air, making it impossible to see what's happening. People in the hallway scramble to find cover as the estate literally falls apart around them. As the smoke begins to settle, the sound of coughing fills the ruined hallway. Garrison stands in the center of the wreckage, unfazed, as someone screams for the guards. He turns his head slightly, sensing a new, much more dangerous presence nearby. Duke Berkel Rhineland has arrived, and he has his massive blade pointed straight at the priest's throat. He demands an explanation for the assault, warning Garrison that his life is hanging by a thread. The seventh Duke of the Rhineland family doesn't look like he's bluffing. Berkel is ready to end this right now. Berkel demands an explanation for what Garrison just did. Garrison isn't backing down, even as Berkel threatens to cut him down. This is exactly the outcome Klein was hoping for. He's got them right where he wants them. Everything is following the script. Outside, the guards scramble into position. They swarm the hall, moving to shield the Duke and the young master. The sudden movement has everyone on edge. Klein knows these knights can smell bloodlust from a mile away. But they're facing an agent of the Holy Kingdom, and Garrison isn't just some regular guy. Berkel asks him point-blank if he was really about to attack his son. Garrison just points out the obvious. The kid used necromancy, and they all know what that implies. Berkel counters with a simple fact. Necromancy is only illegal in the Holy Kingdom, not the rest of the continent. The agent's glare doesn't waver. Berkel isn't having it anymore. He's done letting his son suffer over rumors. He makes it clear, touch his son again and there's going to be a problem. Garrison just lets out a dry, cold laugh. The laughter gets louder as the priest starts to lose it. He begins reciting a prayer, swearing his heart only to the divine. Then he snaps, shouting for zero mercy toward heretics. A massive pillar of golden energy erupts from his body. The sheer force of his aura clenches the air around him. His eyes glow with a fanatical, blinding light. The guards are nearly blown back by the pressure, yelling for the Duke to stay back. Even the strongest men in the room realize they're out of their league. Berkel feels the shift. This is getting lethal. The mansion itself starts to groan and crack under the weight of the magic. He warns everyone that the whole place is about to come down on their heads. Garrison is completely engulfed in a golden radiance. Berkel draws his blade, giving one final warning to back off. But Garrison calls this divine judgment and prepares to strike. He stomps his foot, shattering the stone floor. The room explodes into a blur of light and debris. Berkel moves with a red flash, meeting the attack head-on. A lethal streak of red energy cuts through the air. The shockwave rips the hull apart. Garrison doesn't stop, dashing through the smoke with his fist raised. His hand is charged with enough power to level a building. He throws a punch, triggering an explosion of light that shatters Berkel's sword strike. The ground is torn to shreds where the strike landed. He charges forward again, ignoring everyone else. Garrison winds up for the killing blow, the strike of condemnation. Berkel braces for the impact, with Klein watching the chaos unfold. Just as the killing blow is about to land, Berkel's eyes snap into focus. He unleashes the Rhineland family's secret technique, the meteor sword second form. Garrison's gaze sharpens as the two powers collide. The entire hall is swallowed by a massive, blinding eruption of energy. The shockwave is so intense it nearly blows the guards away, with only Berkel standing his ground. Even Klein realizes this has escalated way past what he expected. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice cuts through the chaos, screaming for them to stop. Erin sprints straight into the line of fire, throwing herself between the two powerhouses. Everyone freezes in total disbelief at the little girl's suicidal interruption. Berkel just stares, completely stunned by the sudden break in the fight. Dunkel snaps out of the battle trance, shouting for Eren to get back before she gets hurt. He's genuinely confused why she's even standing in the middle of a war zone. Eren doesn't look scared at all. She just walks up and holds her hand out to Garrison. She reminds him that he promised her a present the next time he came back. The knights and Klein can only watch with blank expressions, trying to process the sheer absurdity of the moment. Garrison looks like the wind has been completely taken out of his sails, as he realizes he actually forgot. Eren starts jumping around him, declaring that heaven punishes liars. Klein watches from the sidelines, thinking that being that oblivious to a life-or-death atmosphere is practically a talent. Garrison sighs and starts rummaging through his coat, admitting that he did make that promise. He pulls out a small box, explaining they're special cookies from a famous bakery in the capital. Eren immediately starts digging in, her mood doing a total 180 as she munches away. Her eyes sparkle as she declares they're the most delicious things she's ever tasted. As she eats, she asks Garrison about his own childhood, and his expression suddenly goes dark. He reveals that he grew up in a place where even a sip of water was a luxury, and most of his friends never made it to adulthood. He tells them the name of the place was the Archimonde cult. Klein is floored. He has absolutely no memory of ever starting a cult in his past life. He's left wondering how his name ended up tied to something so twisted. Garrison's voice is cold as he swears to destroy that cult, even if it costs him his life, for what they did to him. He looks down at Eren one last time with a softened gaze. He tells her to enjoy his share of the cookies too, since it's the only thing he can really offer her. Then he turns that cold stare back onto Klein, warning him that their business isn't finished. He turns and walks out of the hall, making it clear that next time, he won't be so lenient. The heavy atmosphere finally begins to lift as the priest disappears into the distance. Klein finally lets out the breath he was holding, nearly collapsing from the stress. He knows he can't afford to make an enemy out of a guy like Garrison again. But he also knows Garrison is coming back to finish the job eventually. It's just a matter of who gives up first. Eren suddenly pops up next to him, offering him a bite of her cookie and scaring the life out of him. Klein manages to compose himself and asks if she likes strawberry cake just as much. When she says yes, he tells her to go ask the chef to make one and tell him he sent her. She lets out a cheer and sprints off toward the kitchen, completely over the morning's drama. Watching her run off, Klein can't help but feel like all that intense life-or-death stuff was almost pointless. But as his smile fades, he remembers he still has one more major hurdle to clear: his father. Heinkel's expression is unreadable as he says they need to speak in private. They move to a quiet hallway, the flickering candles of the chandelier casting long shadows. Without wasting any time, Heinkel gets straight to the point. Did Klein learn necromancy? Klein admits it, and Heinkel's voice turns sharp as he asks why he'd choose the very power that kept him shackled for 7 years. Klein keeps his head bowed as Heinkel demands to know how he even managed such a feat. He tells Heinkel that he found the knowledge in books stored away in his mother's old annex. Heinkel looks genuinely shaken, whispering her name as he processes the claim. Klein watches him carefully, knowing full well it's a lie, but also knowing it's the only excuse Heinkel might actually believe. He tells his father that while he won't apologize for keeping it a secret, necromancy was his only means of staying alive. Heinkel argues that there must have been other ways, even with his talent for swordsmanship. Klein points out that he has no mana, meaning he never could have accomplished what he did with a blade alone. He references the reports of the Empire using necromancers to chip away at their northern borders, something they hadn't even suspected. He tells Heinkel that while it's an extreme move, his goal is simply the revival of the Rhineland family. He makes a bold proposal: use him as the family's official necromancer. Klein stares straight at his father. This is the moment he must make his final decision. He adds that this only works if Heinkel truly believes he isn't actually the reincarnation of the Dark Lord Archimonde. He wonders to himself whether Heinkel will use him to save the family from decline, or simply stand by and watch them fall to ruin. Heinkel remains silent, looking away as he weighs the weight of the choice. He looks down at the young man, remembering the day he first returned to the duchy. He reflects on how Klein had spent 7 long years locked away in a correctional institute because of him. Yet, despite everything, Klein had looked at him without a single trace of resentment in his eyes. He remembers the simple, haunting way Klein had called him father upon his return. Heinkel thinks to himself that even though he was a pathetic father who failed to protect Klein's future, Klein had still held onto that connection all this time, while Heinkel was just focused on his own sense of liberation. He turns his back, telling Klein that at this point he has neither the right nor the reason to stop him. Klein's eyes widen slightly at the unexpected concession. Heinkel looks back over his shoulder with a faint, tired smile, telling him to do as he wishes. They stand in the vast, empty hall, an uneasy but definitive agreement finally reached between father and son. Elsewhere in the dead of night, a mysterious figure in the shadows looks over a document, deciding it's finally time to meet Klein. This person, the tall and lean Grand Duke Hellion, addresses the athletic young woman standing before her as Leia. Leia Fallwyvern, her blonde hair marked with a distinct red streak, acknowledges the order with a serious expression. She promises Grand Duke Hellion that she will bring Klein to her as requested. Somewhere in the city, a quiet night is shattered by a sudden, panicked shout. A mercenary is sent flying through the air as a massive explosion of force tears through a building. Emerging from the wreckage is a hulking, grayish humanoid, the monster, with messy black hair and glowing red eyes. The surviving mercenaries realize with horror that their entire group is no match for the sheer physical power of this creature. The massive man towers over them, his dark aura radiating a terrifying bloodlust. He lets out a sadistic grin, his eyes burning with a manic light as he calls them pathetic. One of the mercenaries, shaking with fear and rage, decides he doesn't care about the odds anymore. He charges forward with his sword raised high, screaming for the monster to die. But the monster is far too fast, catching the blade and shattering it with ease. With a single, brutal swing of his massive arm, he smashes the mercenary aside like he's nothing more than a nuisance. One of the mercenaries screams in terror as he tries to flee from the carnage. The monster's massive, veined hand tightens around a stone. He swings his arm and hurls it straight at the mercenaries fleeing with their backs turned. The stone flies with such force that it punches a hole right through their bodies. The creature flexes his fingers, his eyes hidden in shadow as he feels the surge of power coursing through his veins. He lets out a wide, jagged grin, looking down at his hands and admitting that he truly likes this new sensation. Behind him, a massive slab of debris crashes to the ground, kicking up dust as the terrified survivors watch on. A young girl clutches her little brother close, both of them trembling and sobbing as they realize there's no escape. The monster towers over them, effortlessly lifting a massive piece of rubble with a single hand as he looms like a god of death. He reaches down with his other hand, mockingly telling the children not to cry. With a sadistic glint in his eyes, he tells them that the pain will all be over very soon as he prepares to drop the stone. Just as he's about to strike, his expression shifts to one of sudden, cold intensity. A spear blade suddenly slices through the air between him and the children, wielded by a woman with striking blonde and red hair. Leia Fallwyvern stands her ground, her purple eyes filled with a calm but deadly focus as she blocks the monster's path. She stares him down, her face inches from the massive brute as she prepares for the real fight to begin. The young girl looks up in shock, her eyes wide as she sees their sudden savior. With a lightning-fast leap, she rushes forward and kicks the boulder away before it can crush the 2 children. She glances back at the children, telling them to get to safety quickly because this area is no longer safe. The siblings don't need to be told twice, scrambling to their feet and running into the shadows as fast as they can. The monster doesn't let them go easily, launching a massive, bone-crushing punch aimed directly at Leia. But she's already moved, leaving only a streak of light behind as she dodges the blow with supernatural speed. The monster's fist slams into empty air, leaving behind nothing but the blurred shadow of the girl in motion. Leia is seen high in the air, her body coiled like a spring as she prepares her counterattack. She looks down at the brute, her eyes starting to glow with a fierce, unnatural light. A close-up of her eye reveals a pink, swirling energy as her true combat power begins to manifest. A massive flash of light tears through the night. Captain Leia Fallwyvern dives into the fray, her spear leading the way. The monster doesn't even look bothered. He just gives a creepy, blood-soaked grin. His red eyes are wide with a manic excitement. He lunges, his hulking frame dwarfing her as he tries to crush her. A heavy blow connects, her weapon striking forward to shatter the monster's strike. She spins her spear with masterly grace as the monster's body is sent reeling back. She keeps her eyes locked on him, completely unfazed by his raw power. She slams her spear down, triggering a massive shockwave that levels the ground. The force sends the beast skidding back through the ruins. He just laughs it off, even as blood drips down his chin. Suddenly, a strange blue, cross-shaped glint flashes in the center of the storm. A massive, glowing spear descends like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The monster's pupils shrink as he realizes he can't dodge this one. A direct hit, the impact craters the street and buries him under the debris. The sky clears as the dust starts to settle. Even with his mouth full of blood, the guy can't stop grinning. Leia walks away from the wreckage, her job finished for now. The local guards rush over, shouting for the captain. They tell her this is already the third time some random guy has gone berserk like this recently. The monster stands back up, despite the spear having gouged a hole straight through him. He claims anyone can get this strong as long as they have that thing. He even boasts about being stronger than the legendary Archimonde from 200 years ago. Blood drips from the spear tip as she doesn't even bother listening to his rant. Leia isn't having it. She tells him a bastard like him doesn't even deserve to say that name. She decides she'll have to figure out what he meant by that herself. Back at the Rhineland mansion, the sound of sweeping replaces the sound of battle. Workers are swarming the halls, trying to fix the massive hole in the wall. The servants are still shaken, wondering how they got off so easy after such a disaster. They're busy moving massive chunks of rock out of the main hall. Erin walks through the rubble, carrying a stack of books twice her size. She doesn't seem bothered by the mess at all as she steps through the debris. She hums a little tune, completely in her own world despite the heavy load. Above her, the ruined chandelier hangs precariously from the ceiling. She kicks open the door to the study, announcing the arrival of the books. Klein looks up, his new silver-haired appearance making him look like a completely different person. Erin stares at him for a second, noticing the change. She tells him he's gotten way too handsome, and at this rate, he's going to end up breaking a lot of hearts. Erin keeps babbling on about those cheesy romance novels she heard the older maids gossiping about. Klein isn't exactly the target audience for drama like that, so he tells her to bring a fairy tale next time. It's been a week since the big showdown between Heinkel and Garrison. That little scuffle ended up trashing half the mansion. Repairs are still underway, and Klein knows he'd be dead if Erin hadn't stepped in when she did. Despite the mess, he definitely gained something from the chaos. Dunkel rolls in with a mountain of medical and anatomy books. Erin is devastated. Her fairy tales definitely aren't in that stack. In his past life as Archimonde, Klein had to work like a dog just for a scrap of knowledge. He was literally stealing pages from grimoires and running for his life. Getting caught meant a brutal beating and almost losing his fingers. Back then, knowledge was a luxury strictly reserved for the mages and nobles. But things are different now. He can get his hands on whatever information he wants just by asking for it. Reading through them, he realizes some of the old hypotheses he knew were actually wrong. 2 centuries of progress have completely changed how people understand mana. He's genuinely thrilled. It's the first time he's felt this kind of excitement since being reborn. Time to cram all this new data into his head. While digging through the pile, something else catches his attention. He finds a specific record that seems to stand out. It's about Berkel Rhineland. Dunkel is just confused why a young master is obsessed with anatomy and some random paper. Klein shows it off. It's a spirit construction formula. Neither Aaron nor Dunkel can even pronounce the name. He explains that if he sprinkles a specific material on a summoning circle, and then pumps in some of his demonic energy, Aaron listens intently, though she's probably just lost. His necromancy is unique. He forms a contract with a soul and uses its mana to build a body. Aaron thinks it's cool, but Klein notes that most souls are too weak for anything complex. They usually lack the ego or the mana to sustain anything more than a simple structure. They're fine for basic orders like attacking or defending as a soldier. But against a real master, these skeletons are basically just target practice. Dunkel starts putting the pieces together and looks a bit worried. Klein wonders out loud what would happen if the soul belonged to a legendary knight with immense mana. Dunkel looks like he's seen a ghost, realizing exactly what Klein is implying. The boy brushes it off, saying he isn't planning to do anything like that anytime soon. After all, souls that powerful are extremely rare. He looks bored, but he's already calculating his next move. The butler, Berkman, interrupts the session with an envelope. It's an urgent invitation from the Polwyvern family. Klein recalls Leia saying she'd give him something if he won their duel. Dunkel is baffled. Why is a high-ranking noble family sending an urgent letter to a kid instead of the Duke? Berkman confirms the invitation was sent by Lady Hellion. Dunkel is skeptical. She married out and cut ties, so he's wondering why she's inviting Klein to a place crawling with collateral relatives. He mentions that as the Duke's sister and the mistress of Polwyvern, she isn't someone you can just say no to. Klein doesn't hesitate. He's definitely going. Looking at his research, he admits he wasn't planning on making that just yet. But with this invitation, he's got the perfect excuse to speed things up. Night falls, and Aaron is dead to the world, dreaming about cookies. Klein sneaks out with a lantern, leaving the mansion behind. The moon is high and glowing in the dark sky. His footsteps echo on the stone path. He arrives at the tomb of Berkel Rhineland, the sixth duke of the family. This guy was a total beast, Heinkel's father and the only knight in history strong enough to rival the first duke. He was a tragic hero who died young on the battlefield. Klein knows he has to claim this soul for himself. He approaches the mausoleum under the moonlight. He reaches out and slides the entrance open. The inside is massive, lined with statues of past rulers. He heads deeper into the dark, silent tomb. Most of the souls here have already passed on, leaving the place empty of spiritual traces. But he knows there's one exception still lingering here. A faint blue glow starts to leak out into the room. He found it, a soul still tied to the grave by its own regrets. He jokes that Heinkel would probably have a heart attack if he knew what was happening. He stands before the ornate sarcophagus and gives it a tap. Time to get to work. He asks his grandfather to forgive the disrespect of exhuming him, but he's got big plans. He starts the incantation, calling on the soul bound by its past life. He offers a contract to anyone who still wants to walk a path in this world. Massive waves of blue energy start pouring out of the stone coffin. The spiritual pressure is heavy enough to shake the entire mausoleum. Footsteps start approaching from the center of the blinding light. A voice booms out, telling the Necromancer to reveal himself. The energy surges with a powerful whoosh. Klein is analytical as ever. The guy just soaked up every drop of demonic energy he threw at him. Outside, the moon continues to glow over the silent tomb. He's aiming to create a Death Knight. It's a high-tier undead created by anchoring a noble soul to a spiritual vessel. There are two ways to seal the deal: break their will with energy, or actually get the soul to agree to cooperate. The spirit manifests fully, a massive warrior of blue flames. He's curious what his grandson wants. But he stops mid-sentence. He realizes something is very wrong with the boy's soul. He recognizes the arch-nemesis of his entire bloodline standing right in front of him. Klein realizes that for a soul, appearance is irrelevant. They see only the essence. Hiding his true identity as Archimond is impossible. He has already laid out the terms of his contract. From a logical standpoint, It should be an attractive offer for any lingering spirit. Berkel Rhineland admits the proposal is more than just reasonable. It is quite admirable in its ambition. However, as a former duke who once led the family, he finds it nearly impossible to place his trust in his bloodline's greatest enemy. The atmosphere grows heavy with spiritual pressure as the two stand against each other under the night sky. Waves of power ripple through the air, causing the surrounding grass to bend and shudder. Klein's expression remains steady. He knows he must earn this cooperation through action. "Then I shall prove it to you," he declares, promising that the contract is genuine and will ultimately bring Berkel freedom. He challenges the old warrior's code, asking if a knight's trust is forged by anything other than the sword. Berkel scoffs at the irony of a grave robber talking about trust, but he doesn't shy away from the confrontation. The battle between the young master and the ancient spirit begins in earnest. 2 centuries ago, Emperor Meldir established the empire, creating the continent's dominant superpower. Despite their ambition, the 3 independent ducal families, Rhineland, Fallwyvern, and Alasses, remained beyond the empire's absolute control. To counter this, the empire cultivated influence within the families themselves, and their key was Helene. Lady Helene Fallwyvern is Duke Heinkel's sister, Leia's stepmother, and the iron-fisted leader of the family's collateral branch. Back in the safety of his study, Klein contemplates why such a formidable woman would suddenly summon him. Dunkel enters the room, reporting that he has finished organizing the library as requested. Klein informs him that they will be departing for the Fallwyvern estate in just 3 days, and tasks him with the preparations. Dunkel is visibly concerned. The invitation explicitly states that Klein must travel alone without his usual guard. Despite the clear danger, Klein insists on going. For him, the opportunity to gather intelligence on his enemies outweighs the risk. He needs to understand Helene's motives and the exact power dynamics within the treacherous collateral branch. A dark smirk plays on Klein's lips as he suggests that if things go wrong, he can always turn his enemies into a mindless undead army. Dunkel immediately objects. As a man of principles, he believes such a path is beneath them. "As a knight, that is," Dunkel begins, struggling to reconcile his loyalty with his morals. "What's wrong with doing bad things to bad people?" Klein counters. Klein points out the harsh reality. The main Rhineland family is crumbling while the collateral branch thrives on the wealth they've extorted. Dunkel stands firm. He argues that the Rhinelands must never abandon their honor and principles, even for profit or survival. Klein looks at him with a cold, analytical gaze, questioning if honor and faith are truly worth such a heavy price. Dunkel insists that they are more important than anything else in the world, holding on to the image of the noble knight he aspires to be. Klein stares at him for a moment, his expression unreadable. He clenches his fist on the desk. "Then that's a relief," he says, because he has no intention of playing the hero. He openly admits his nature. He is an evil necromancer, willing to do whatever it takes. This mirrors his fierce clash with Berkel's spirit. Back in the duel, Klein moves with surprising agility, his movements sharp and precise. He predicts Berkel's opening move, a powerful thrust, and prepares to counter it. With a calm mind, he anticipates the follow-up strikes that usually come after a standard attack. The 2 warriors clash, sparks flying as their blades meet in a burst of spiritual energy. Berkel is genuinely impressed by the young man's prowess. "Not bad," he bellows, feeling the thrill of combat. He hadn't expected a necromancer to possess such refined swordsmanship. Small flashes of blue and purple light erupt around them. As he fights, Klein recalls the techniques he observed during the duel between Delane and Dalton. He also draws inspiration from the high-level combat between Heinkel and Garrison Bierman. He has meticulously analyzed the mechanics of every technique used by the family's strongest knights. Now, his only remaining task is to test them in a real, life-or-death scenario to master the transitions between moves. Berkel Rhineland's spirit grins, recognizing the talent and the dangerous ambition before him. To him, the identity of the boy doesn't matter as much as his strength. Berkel laughs, telling Klein that despite his analysis, he is still full of openings. He prepares to launch a serious assault. The spirit unleashes a massive, concentrated beam of light blue spectral energy that carves through the ground of the mausoleum. Loodle's eyes narrow in surprise as he watches Klein's reaction. "Oh," he murmurs, intrigued by the boy's instincts. In that moment, Klein's form reminds the ancient duke of another warrior from his past. Just like back then, he thinks. Under the glow of the full moon, Klein leaps high into the air, aiming to get behind the massive spirit and end the duel in one strike. "Not so fast," Loodle shouts, shifting his weight with a speed that defies his spectral size, his grin widening with excitement. The two clash with explosive force, their combined energy creating a blinding white light that illuminates the snowy battlefield. Klein lands in a low crouch, the sudden impact causing a sharp snap to echo through the air as the ground cracks beneath his feet. Loodle stands tall, his blue-flamed hair flickering. "Well, this is surprising," he admits, finally acknowledging the boy's skill. He finds it incredible that Klein is successfully blocking all of his strikes with a physical body that possesses absolutely no mana. Klein is sweating and breathing heavily, but his gaze is unwavering. Loodle concedes that the boy has more than just decent talent. This was Berkel Rhineland, the 6th Duke, and a man who once rightfully held the title of the strongest knight on the entire continent. His legendary reputation wasn't just built on raw power, but on a unique and complex style of swordsmanship that few could match. Loodle starts to banter, asking Klein if he's enjoyed playing Heinkel's son. He mocks Heinkel for being unable to read a room. The spirit chuckles at the thought of Heinkel's reaction if he discovered the son he raised so dearly was actually his arch-nemesis, Archimonde. Klein stares at him with a deadpan expression. "Why does a former duke talk like such a thug?" he asks, going on to remark on Heinkel's own cluelessness as well as that of his lineage. Loodle lets out a boisterous laugh. He finds Klein's insult to his own father so fitting that he wonders if they really are related. A glint of genuine battle lust appears in Loodle's yellow eye. "Well, whatever," he says, dismissing the small talk. The spirit's aura surges as he prepares to get serious. "I'm going all out from here," he warns, his form flickering with power. Klein's eyes widen as he recognizes the stance. It's a tragic sword style Loodle created himself, long lost to history due to its extreme complexity. The moon looks on as the air swirls with malevolent blue energy, signaling the start of the Duke's true technique. The paths of his sword begin to scatter, multiplying into a dozen different trajectories that all seem equally lethal. This is the Phantom Sword, Loodle's personal secret technique that makes it impossible for an opponent to tell which strike is real. Klein grits his teeth as the flurry of blades descends upon him. He knows that except for one, every single path is a fake, but finding the truth is the ultimate test. Klein's eyes lock onto the blade. He knows watching the sword isn't enough. He has to predict the next move before it even happens. Loodle comes in hot with a horizontal slash from the right. Klein shifts, expecting the next strike to come from the left. But he completely misreads the move as Loodle launches into the air. The blade comes crashing down from above, catching him off guard. A heavy boot slams into the ground, shattering the earth. The impact sends a shockwave through the field, forcing them apart. Klein realized that first swing was just a bait. Now he's got to deal with whatever erratic combo is coming next. He senses something coming from behind and tries to pivot. But the spirit's speed is on another level. Blue and steel clash, sending sparks flying into the night. The spirit's grip is like iron, pinning him down. Klein loses his footing, the force of the blow pushing him back. Loodle doesn't let up, unleashing a massive wave of spectral energy. The ground erupts as the power levels the area. Klein hits the dirt hard, coughing through the dust and smoke. He realizes that was the legendary Phantom Sword. Even in spirit form, the guy's mana output is insane. Loodle stands tall, warning him not to underestimate northern swordsmanship. He says it's a technique his own kids couldn't even master. The Duke mocks him, claiming even the continent's greatest necromancer couldn't find a way through. Klein wipes the blood from his face. He didn't want to show his hand this early, but he doesn't have much of a choice now. He decides to stop holding back and goes all in. His eyes glow with a cold, purple light, He's already seen everything he needs to see. He mocks the Duke, calling the legendary technique a joke. Ludl is fuming. He can't believe this brat thinks he can copy a secret art after seeing it just once. The wind picks up, rustling the tall grass of the mausoleum. They stare each other down across the moonlight field. Ludl charges, his form blurring into blue trails. Klein just smiles and readies his blade. The ancestor's eyes narrow, focused on the kill. The descendant stares right back, cold and calculated. Ludl unleashes the real phantom sword, filling the air with spectral blue blades. But Klein counters with his own version, his purple mana mimicking the technique perfectly. They both scream the name of the technique as they collide. The two forces slam into each other, lighting up the night in a massive explosion. It's a blur of blue and purple steel, neither one giving an inch. Ludl tells him not to get cocky as they clash midair under the full moon. The Duke keeps pressing the attack, demanding to know why a devil like him would bother helping his enemy's family. Their blades lock again, the ringing of steel echoing through the graves. Ludl calls him the devil of the continent, the person least likely to show any mercy. Suddenly, blood sprays across the moonlit sky. A fresh gash opens on Klein's forehead, blood dripping down his face. But the duel stops. Ludl holds his blade steady, sensing something has changed. Ludl is shocked. He stops his blade right at the last second, demanding to know why the kid didn't even try to move. Klein doesn't flinch. He just stares back, confirming that the spirit really could have landed that hit. The ancestor is speechless as Klein starts talking about the one thing every knight cares about: honor and loyalty. As a necromancer, Klein admits he never understood those concepts. To him, they were just empty words. He used to think it was pathetic, always wondering why people bothered holding onto such high ideals. But then he saw someone who had lost everything just like him, yet made a completely different choice. He remembers a knight who fought not for greed or revenge, but for the sake of the next generation. Klein stands his ground, blood dripping onto the grass. He doesn't care if the spirit approves, he just wants to see that future for himself. He's chasing the world that the nameless knight talked about, even if it means helping the very family he once hated. Ludl stares at him, sensing the depth of the boy's resolve. The air around them finally begins to settle. The spirit admits he's still bound to this world by his own regrets, though he has no plans to share what they are just yet. Faint blue wisps of soul fire dance in the dark ritual chamber. The silence of the tomb is heavy with anticipation. Klein stands firm before the towering spirit of his ancestor. Ludl admits that the answers he seeks lie in the future they just discussed. With a final, steady look, the ancient Duke agrees to the terms of the contract. Klein looks on, his face stained with grime and a trickle of blood from the nose, the physical cost of the summoning starting to show. Despite the exhaustion, a small, knowing smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. He reaches out his hand, ready to take on the burden of the past to secure his own future. This isn't a master-slave deal. It's a mutual agreement between two warriors. Klein knows that turning a family legend into a mindless subordinate would make him the true villain of the story. Ludl's spirit form erupts into intense blue flames as he formally entrusts his resentment to the guide. Klein declares himself the guide Archimonde, promising to bear the spirit's weight until his desires are met. The mana circle flares to life under his hands, sealing the pact in light. The name of the sixth Duke is etched into the magic as the ritual reaches its peak. A blinding pillar of spectral energy erupts from the center of the tomb. Outside, the full moon watches over the birth of a terrifying new power. Out of the light emerges a massive, armored silhouette with eyes burning like embers. Klein looks up at the manifestation of the sixth Duke, satisfied with the results of his work. The Death Knight contract is complete. The ancestor has become the sword. 3 days later, the manor is quiet while Erin sleeps peacefully in her room. She's tossing and turning in her sleep, struggling with something, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Suddenly, Erin bolts upright with a shout about teriyaki cookies. She sits there for a moment, completely disoriented by the bizarre dream. She flops back down onto the bed, still half asleep and exhausted from nothing. Sunlight hits the estate walls, as the household begins its morning routine. Klein is still out cold, buried under a heavy research book he fell asleep reading. Aaron stands over him, tapping his head and wondering if the young master actually kicked the bucket. He finally drags himself up, looking like he hasn't seen the sun in a week. He remembers the ritual. He used every last drop of his energy for that contract, and he still hasn't recovered. He mumbles about operating at half capacity, while the maid watches him with a judgmental stare. Aaron isn't buying it, and asks why he's been acting like a total zombie for the past 3 days. Klein tries to play it off as simple insomnia, but the cold sweat on his face gives him away. Aaron narrows her eyes, smelling a lie from a mile away. Klein panics. He's not ready for his secret to be outed by his own servant. She holds up his book, and it's flipped open right to the necromancy circle he used. He lunges for the book, desperate to hide the evidence of his late-night research. The situation gets worse when Dunkel is spotted standing by the window, listening in. The knight turns around, his stoic expression making Klein's heart skip a beat. Klein freezes, realizing he's been caught red-handed in the middle of a very suspicious conversation. Dunkel's gaze is intense. Klein is convinced he heard everything they were talking about. He starts stammering out an explanation, hopping to steer the knight's suspicion away from the magic. If Dunkel finds out the truth about the Death Knight, his entire plan is ruined. Suddenly, Garrison Bierman appears in a flash of memory, shouting that he's found him out, a nightmare Klein can't seem to shake. Klein stands there shaking, his mind racing as he tries to process the mess he's in. He's desperate to stop the misunderstanding before it spirals out of control, but the damage is already done. Dunkel just gives him a heavy, reassuring pat on the shoulder. The knight tells him there's absolutely no need to be ashamed of what he's doing in his private time. Klein is momentarily relieved, thinking the knight is actually going to let the whole necromancy thing slide. He stares blankly, not quite believing his luck for once. But then Dunkel turns to Aaron with an incredibly serious look on his face. He tells the little maid that her young master is just going through a very important phase of his life. Aaron looks up, completely lost and wondering what kind of phase could be that important. Dunkel explains that Klein looking completely drained is just a perfectly natural phenomenon for someone his age. He goes on to say that boys in puberty just happen to have a lot of pent-up energy. Klein's soul practically leaves his body as he realizes Dunkel thinks he was doing something private instead of magic. He tries to explain that it's not like that, but Dunkel just tells him not to worry about it. With a knowing thumbs up, the knight calls it a rite of passage that every young man goes through. Dunkel just laughs it off, clearly thinking he's being a great mentor. Klein's face turns bright red as he screams that he definitely wasn't doing whatever they're implying. But Dunkel is already walking away, completely ignoring his master's desperate protests. The knight is even planning to share this wonderful news with the Duke right away. Klein collapses inward, feeling betrayed that even his brother Delane apparently went through this same phase. And just like that, the knight takes his leave, leaving Klein in a state of total social defeat. Aaron comes in with the luggage, asking if they're leaving, while Klein sits there contemplating his life choices. He suddenly bolts for the door, shouting for Dunkel to wait before he says anything to his father. But he stops dead in his tracks when he sees Leia Fallwyvern standing right there in the hallway. The Knight Commander just stands there stoically, taking in the chaotic scene. She tells him she's arrived to pick him up personally. Klein is completely caught off guard by her sudden presence. He remembers that today was the day he agreed to visit Grand Duke Hellion. He's still a bit shaken, sweating as he realizes the timing of this visit couldn't be worse. He asks if she heard any of that pent-up energy talk, but she coldly dismisses any interest in his private affairs. They head outside toward the waiting transport as a group. Klein's mind shifts to politics, thinking about how Hellion must be ruling her family like a tyrant to make someone like Leia an errand girl. The Fallwyvern carriage is grand, surrounded by a full escort of armored knights. He knows this visit is his chance to make a real name for himself, regardless of the threat Hellion poses. He climbs into the carriage and notices Leia sitting right there waiting for him. He's confused. There are two carriages, so why is she sitting with him instead of his maid? Turns out Aaron wanted to ride a horse, so she's sitting up front with one of the knights. Klein tries to excuse himself to the other carriage, but Leia shuts that idea down immediately. She simply tells him they're leaving, giving him zero room to argue. Klein's eyes widen in realization as the situation sinks in. The heavy carriage door slams shut, locking him in. Now he's stuck alone with the woman who's been tasked with keeping an eye on him. He's heading into the heart of the Fallwyvern family, descendants of the legendary Dragon Slayer, whose power is currently split between two rival factions. The power struggle within the Fallwyvern family is split into two sides, starting with the Grand Duchess faction led by Hellion of Rhineland. The opposition is the conservative faction, following the late Duke's eldest daughter and Knight Commander, Leia Fallwyvern. With Hellion's faction currently holding the real power, Leia was ordered to pick Klein up herself. Sitting across from him in the carriage, Leia suddenly drops a bombshell. "Take off your clothes." Klein is frozen in shock, staring at her in complete disbelief. He finally manages to find his voice, asking why she's saying such a thing and if she's actually being serious. He wonders if he's actually cursed today, as the carriage rattles along the mountain path. Looking at her, he can't help but feel a familiar vibe. This situation feels exactly like something he's dealt with in his past life. Klein starts to wonder if a Knight Commander is really trying to mug him, but Leia doubles down, telling him she's not joking. He tells her that as a young Lord of Rhineland, he's going to need a very good explanation before he starts stripping. Leia ignores his protest and asks if he's heard about the strange things happening outside Rhineland territory lately. She describes reports of people suddenly going berserk, gaining strength that defies all common sense. Klein asks if that's just some new form of magic, and what it could possibly have to do with him taking off his clothes. Leia brings up his victory in the trial by combat, suggesting he might possess that same abnormal strength. She explains that the common trait among those affected is the appearance of blue veins on their bodies. Klein starts to sweat as she tells him she needs to check his skin for similar marks. He knows that even if he told her his skills come from his eyes, she would never believe him. Since she's gone through all this trouble to investigate him, he decides he might as well play along for now. The atmosphere in the cramped carriage is tense as they sit in silence. As the scenery passes by, Klein thinks about how people change, and how even those you once hated can fade from memory. He points out that with talent and effort, swordsmanship is something that can be mastered very quickly. Leia watches him closely, listening to his surprisingly philosophical take on martial arts. She then turned the tables, asking why Klein still hadn't grown an inch and was still shorter than her. Leia leans in with a smirk, calling him a narrow-shouldered runt just to mock the philosophical spiel he had just been spouting. To wrap up the topic, he suddenly brings up the trial by combat and reminds her that she had promised him a reward if he won. Leia suddenly looks flustered, her face turning red as she recalls the kiss she had impulsively promised. Klein keeps the pressure on, not letting her change the subject as they start bickering like children. He mocks her for being a Knight Commander who lies, while she desperately tells him to just take his clothes off already. In a final act of defiance, Klein shouts that she should be the one to strip first. The carriage falls into a dead silence after his outburst. Outside, Aaron is enjoying the fresh air, completely unaware of the chaos happening inside the carriage. She notices the carriage shaking violently and wonders if something is wrong with the wheels. Back inside, Leia puts her hand down and tells Klein to listen to her very carefully. She clarifies that she has no personal desire to touch him and is only acting on her duty as a lady of Fallwyvern. She reiterates that her only goal was to clear her suspicions before they reached the estate. Klein asks what happens if she's wrong, and she promises to offer a sincere apology. She says she will take full responsibility for her rudeness if his body shows no signs of the blue veins. Klein stares at her, considering her offer. A mischievous smile spreads across his face as he repeats the word responsibility. Finally, the massive and imposing Fallwyvern estate comes into view. The carriage comes to a halt, and Erin is the first one to step out onto the grounds. She looks up at the towering castle in awe, amazed by its sheer scale. Erin stands in awe, quietly confirming that the place is as grand as it looks. Klein adjusts his coat, nodding that the Fallwyvern estate appears to be at least 3 times the size of his own family's home. As he takes in the opulence, he can't help but think that the entire place practically reeks of wealth. The estate is an architectural marvel, more like a palace than a mere noble's residence, leaving Klein genuinely surprised by the family's immense power. As they walk through the grounds, Aaron notices that Leia has already disappeared, and Klein admits he has no idea where she went. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Lord Klein, catching him off guard and making him turn around with a start. An elderly butler with a small goatee and formal tuxedo introduces himself as Gordon, the chief butler of the Fallwyvern ducal estate. Klein returns the bow with practiced grace, introducing himself and adding a playful, albeit confusing, comment about Aaron's puberty. With a polite and composed expression, Gordon invites them to follow him inside. They enter a cavernous, brilliantly lit hall filled with guests, and Gordon mentions that Grand Duke Hellion is already waiting for their arrival. The trio makes their way through the sea of whispering nobles and the sound of festive laughter. Gordon notes that it has been quite a while since a member of the Rhineland family has graced their halls with a visit. He reveals that the late Duke was deeply troubled by this distance before his passing, but expresses hope that things will finally change now that Klein is here. Klein's expression shifts to one of suspicion as he wonders exactly what kind of change the butler is referring to. He realizes that as the late Duke's closest confidant, Gordon has no reason to speak so openly to someone he considers an outsider. Wondering if the butler already views him as a potential ally, Klein decides to seize the moment and asks Gordon a direct question. As they continue their walk, Klein asks for the specific details of how the late Duke passed away, just as a commanding voice echoes from above. On the balcony above them, a pair of elegant black shoes decorated with stars come into view as someone approaches the railing. A woman holding a dark, ornate fan looks down at Klein, remarking that he bears a striking resemblance to his mother. The surrounding guests begin to gossip excitedly, shocked that the Grand Duke herself has come out to greet a guest so personally. A loud, authoritative voice rings out across the hall, demanding everyone's immediate attention. An official commands everyone to salute and pay their respects as Her Grace, the Grand Duke, makes her formal approach. The entire room bows in unison, but Klein remains standing, his gaze fixed on the powerful woman looking down at him. He stares up with a calm, unreadable expression, finally coming face to face with the leader of the Fallwyvern family. A soft voice speaks up, cutting through the silence of the room. The interior of the Fallwyvern estate is absolutely massive, making the Rhineland manor look humble by comparison. The palatial halls are filled with nobles, all watching with intense curiosity as the group makes their way through. Grand Duke Hellion Fallwyvern finally reveals herself, greeting Klein as her beloved nephew, with a confident, charismatic smile. The wind sweeps across the dark, jagged peaks under a cloudy night sky. In a field of glowing blue grass, Klein Rhineland stands before the flaming, spectral skull of Ludel's manifestation. He reminds the spirit that he summoned it for one main reason, to restore the Rhineland family. The spirit notes that the person they are about to meet is their current enemy. Looking up the grand staircase, Klein identifies the woman at the top as the spirit's own daughter. Hellion Fallwyvern sits regally on her throne, a cold and powerful figure who married into one of the Empire's 3 great houses. She dominated the political landscape with nothing but her sharp judgment and unwavering composure. After the Duke died, she allied with the Empire and seized absolute power, leading to the downfall of the main Rhineland family. She looks down at him with a cool gaze and tells Klein to come closer. As he enters the hall, the nobles whisper amongst themselves, remembering him as the kid who insisted he was Archimonde. Erin tags along, asking what she's supposed to do during this serious meeting. Klein simply points to a massive tower of cakes and tells her to go over there and eat some sweets. Erin is thrilled, her eyes lighting up at the promise of cookies as she scurries away. Outside, the grand towers of the estate loom over the landscape, a symbol of Hellion's absolute authority. A lavish spread of food is laid out on a table that seems to stretch on forever. Klein gives a formal bow before his aunt, flanked by rows of heavily armored knights. Hellion looks at him from across the feast and tells him to have a seat. Sitting beside her is a young man watching Klein, with an incredibly sour and arrogant expression. This is Hector Ross Fallwyvern, the heir to the house, and he clearly isn't pleased by the newcomer's presence. Klein takes his seat, nodding the hostile vibe coming from Hellion's son. He glances at the spectral skull floating right next to him, which seems to be calling out. The spirit warns Klein to make sure he's never forced to strike down his own daughter. Hellion notices his distraction and asks if anything is wrong, noticing his unusual silence. The servants look on with concern, their faces reflecting the tension hanging over the table. Klein looks at the knights standing guard, feeling the pressure of their presence. It feels like every person in the room is ready to draw their sword on him at a moment's notice. Hellion mentions how much he's grown and looks into his eyes with intense curiosity. She tells him he looks exactly like his mother, Claire, but Klein just gives a cold, indifferent reply. He admits he has almost no memory of his mother since she passed away when he was so young. He suggests that if she's trying to win him over, she should probably find a better topic of conversation. Hellion sets her fan down and clarifies that she isn't looking for his favor. She's offering him a choice: leave the Rhineland family behind and join her. She's heard about how he defeated an imperial knight without any help, and how he brought the proud Count Conwell to his knees in a display of power. She acknowledges that he achieved all of this through his own strength alone. But she points out that the Rhineland family is divided and weak, unable to even protect themselves. She explains that she allied with the Empire because the time of relying on a family name is over. Klein asks if she's really telling him to throw everything away and just become the Empire's dog. Hellion isn't offended, nodding that before the Emperor, all great houses are nothing more than drops of water. A servant pours dark red wine as she starts to explain her philosophy on power. Klein watches her through the stream of wine, his expression unreadable and calm. She concludes that while a droplet in a river is small, it might still turn the tide one day. Klein wonders if she's just putting on a front while planning to take over. After all, she isn't called the Queen of the Branch for nothing. He looks back at her with a smirk, feeling like he's finally starting to see the true nature of her backing. Hector stares at him with pure disdain, his eyes narrow and full of repressed anger. Hellion tells him not to waste his talents on a sinking family like the Rhinelands, offering him something better. She leans in and tells him that the thing she's offering is time. She explains that even the greatest devils and heroes eventually vanish before the passage of time. She claims to have a special power that can overcome even that, and she's willing to share it with him. Klein studies her eyes, realizing she isn't bluffing. She really does have some kind of secret. He says he doesn't even know why he's protecting the family himself. He reaches out and tips over the wine glass, letting the dark liquid spill across the table. Hellion's expression shifts to one of surprise at his blatant disrespect. Klein tells her he only finds it annoying when someone else breaks his things. He is crystal clear about what he wants. Klein has no intention of handing the family over until he destroys it with his own hands. Hellion's calm demeanor shatters, her face twisting with a flash of genuine anger. Klein just smiles and tells her she'll have to get used to being rejected from now on. Hector suddenly stands up, turning away from the table in a huff. He starts walking across the grand hall, the sound of his boots echoing on the polished floor. He walks past the long table, ignoring the elaborate feast laid out before them. His eyes are fixed ahead, burning with a cold, intense hatred. He can't hide the twitch of annoyance in his eye as he keeps moving. He stops and calls out Klein's name, standing tall with an arrogant pose. He demands that Klein kneel and beg his mother for forgiveness this instant. Klein doesn't miss a beat, mockingly calling him a mama's boy right to his face. Hector's eyes widen in rage as he calls Klein a bastard who couldn't understand noble devotion. He mocks Klein for growing up without a mother, his voice dripping with venom, and then lunges forward with his sword. A cold, metallic ring of steel echoes through the air above the expensive dinner platters. Klein's expression goes stone cold, his gaze becoming lethally sharp. Using the dinner fork to parry Hector's sword, he tells the brat to stay quiet when adults are speaking, and asks if his mother forgot to teach him manners. The room goes silent as the two face off across the long banquet table. Hector is fuming, offended that someone who looks younger than him would call him a brat. Klein tells him to shut up and stop talking back like a child. Hellion finally speaks up, telling her son that he's had enough. But Hector is already past the point of listening, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He apologizes to his mother, but says he can't let this bastard's insults to the Duchess stand. He vows to take at least one of Klein's hands as payment for his insolence. With a sudden dash, he lunges across the table, sending plates and silverware flying. Hector's eyes are filled with bloodlust as he watches Klein. Now he has the perfect excuse to do whatever he wants. He grabs the silverware hovering in midair. Then he hurls them all at Klein. Finally, Klein draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring. Klein effortlessly brushes aside the flying silverware with a slight flick of his sword. Taking advantage of that moment, Hector lunges forward, his sword ready to strike down. Hector's strikes are frantic and wide, leaving him completely exposed. Klein, on the other hand, moves with terrifying precision, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Klein observes that while Hector's form is decent for a successor, it's still far from enough. A slight smirk plays on Klein's lips as he decides he's seen enough of his cousin's talent. He addresses Hector Ross Fallwyvern by his full name, his voice dripping with cold authority. With a sudden, violent movement, Hector is sent flying backward, his boots sliding across the floor. Klein lunges forward, catching Hector by the throat before he can even recover. He slams Hector down onto the table, shattering the fine china and scattering the remains of the feast. Klein repeats his aunt's words with a sarcastic tone. Time really is precious. He looks down at the terrified boy beneath him, noting how much more valuable time feels now that he's back. He asks why he should waste a single moment of that precious time on a worthless pest. His eyes glow with a dark intensity, as he suggests that killing him would be much more efficient. Hector's eye wide with terror, he realizes Klein isn't joking, he's looking at his own death. A booming voice suddenly cuts through the tension, ordering the violence to stop. The towering figure of Sanchez, Hellion's direct knight, steps forward with a hand on Klein's shoulder. The banquet hall remains in a state of chaos, the table a ruin of splattered food and broken glass. Klein is momentarily stunned, realizing the knight approached him without making a single sound. Hellion watches the scene through her fan, her eyes cool and calculating as she assesses the situation. Hector lies on the table, trying to catch his breath after nearly being strangled. Sanchez's hand is a heavy weight, a clear reminder of the power dynamic in the room. Hector stands up and tries to regain his dignity, claiming this is an act of mercy from his mother. But as he walks away, he discreetly grips a golden knife, his true intentions far from merciful. He suddenly whips around, shouting that he hasn't finished yet. The golden blade flashes through the air, aimed right at Klein's face. But the attack is intercepted in midair by another figure who has just entered the hall. Hector's eyes widen in confusion as his secret strike is effortlessly countered. Sanchez looks on with a grim expression, recognizing the newcomer immediately. Klein turns to see the blonde-haired girl with a red streak standing behind him. Leia Fallwyvern stares at him with cold amber eyes, declaring she's here to make him pay for what happened on the carriage.